BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack filling in for Jenks today. And thank goodness it's Friday. It could not have come sooner for me. But we're going to have a good time today. We've got plenty to talk about when it comes to the world of sports and sports betting. We'll start with the circle of trust. Continues to really struggle for us as bettors. The pitchers that we thought that we knew have been really struggling, including Tariq Skubal, the favorite to win the Cy Young. Is it just that time of year in baseball, or is something really wrong with these pitchers? At 6:20, we go into the NFL injury report, and the injuries you should be aware of going into the season. Season hasn't even started, and we still have a lot of guys who are filling up the injured report for a lot of these teams. And then later on in the show, we'll get to what you need to know before betting on the preseason games this weekend, if you bet on those games at all. It's all coming up next within the next hour here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Chris, so you've already been treated to my bad mood this morning, and here's why it started. So I woke up early to try to get ahead of things, and so everything is going well, and so I take a little extra time, like getting ready, whatever, and then I'm going up the stairs to like come on the show and like be in my studio room. And I'm already kind of late, and I realize I still have on my nightshirt. I had not changed into a normal working outfit, so I had to like scramble down the stairs and put on a real shirt. I was very close to doing the show in an XXXL t-shirt that I got free from the YMCA that was on backwards. So great start this morning.
Woo, it's Friday. Yeah, that's... Well, I think you should. You know what? You ever have one of those moments where you're like, screw it, I'm just going with it? I think you could have just said, screw it, I'm just going with it, and seen how long it took for the rest of us to say anything about it. That would have been fun.
I think it would have been one of those moments where like the bosses text you and they're like, Chelsea, is everything okay at home? It's, when somebody shows up to work and you're like, wow, they look really disheveled today. Yeah. Like, there's no way their life is going well. Like, that's how I felt like I would have looked if I wore that t-shirt.
There have been times where, and for those that don't care, I'm sorry, but the backstory is I also do an afternoon show for the country station here in Pittsburgh, Y108. And there have been times where, especially during the summer when the kids are home and it's a little more chaotic, where, like, I've had to rip off the pool cover so my kids could play in the pool or my wife could lay by the pool while I'm, slaving away at the old radios,
yes.
At the old country music mines. So, and I've been in like basically gym clothes, like shorts and a t-shirt that I would work out in. And I've said, screw it. Nobody's watching anyway. And I've just gone into work and played my Shabuzi records with gym clothes on. Like, there have been times this summer where that has happened, Chelsea. There's no shame in that game.
But that's also radio. Like, there's not a video component, right?
True. Well, ideally, there should be a video component. The bosses tell us, make sure you're posted to social media. We need engagement. But, yeah, wow. Wow, that was like an Undertaker quality eye roll from you. They were all the way in the back of your head when I mentioned social media engagement.
Welcome to the Daily Tip. This happens every day. It's nothing new.
But, I mean, sometimes you got to just say, yeah, screw it. I'm not here for my good looks, Chelsea, obviously. So, if I show up in gym clothes every once in a while, it happens. If you show up in a 3XL T-shirt that you slept in backwards. It happens. Especially on a
listen,
Friday,
like,
right?
It's different for men, though, because I feel like
True.
men can get away with just about anything. Because listen, like, you don't have to do the hair, you don't have to do the makeup. And I just feel like the pressure is off for men. Like, you could dress like Adam Sandler and no one would probably care. Like, honestly, I think you could try it. Have you ever pushed the boundaries? Because I have done that on this show, where I used to, like, dress to the nines. I'm like, okay, we're going to treat this like it's TV. Because, listen, they post these clips to social media and they live on the internet forever. So, like, those times where I don't feel like really doing my makeup, guess what? They're like, we want you to be a collaborator on your Instagram, and this is going to live on your Instagram feed forever. And you're like, great. I didn't want anybody seeing me, let alone everyone on the internet forever seeing me. So there's my motivation there. But, like, sometimes I'll wear hoodies, which feels like a big step for me.
Really? Is that a big?
Yeah.
Do you when you decide to go like hoodie and sweatpants? It's the dead of winter. It's still dark out when the show's over, let alone when it starts. Those dark days of winter, and you decide to go hoodie and sweatpants. Do you still go out of your way to like coordinate or make it look good? Because when I decide to go hoodie and sweatpants, Chelsea, I don't care. It's the old hoodie that I got from the intramural hockey team that I played for in college that still hides in the back of the closet. I throw it on and I don't worry about it. But like you said, even when you, as women, dress down, you still have to worry about what the perception of your dressing down is.
Yeah, but, like, the bottom doesn't matter. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like the bottom of my outfit matches, because it never does. In fact, today I have on
pink across my butt cheeks.
No. Today I have on the sweatpants that are so loose, I won't wear them out of the house. So, like, if you're picturing. So there you go. A really sexy.
You have zip ties
visual.
holding them up. Yeah.
It's fine. Whatever. All right. So you can tell where my mindset is this morning. And maybe Tariq Skubal can sympathize because, listen, another pitcher with a big name and a great ERA kind of, I'm not going to say goes down in flames, but just doesn't have a great night. And Chris, I think you were deeply invested in this. So last night, our bets were not great. I will just put it that way. I had the Phillies on the run line against the Nationals. I think they lost 3-2. The Phillies offense, man, it's just kind of hit or miss. And then, Chris, you had a bunch of Tariq Skubal bets. I was following this game. I was like, oh no, I think he has one strikeout.
Yeah, it was rough. The strikeouts did not come. There was really only one bad inning on the scoreboard, but it wasn't your typical Skubal start.
Yeah.
And that whole K-prop ladder that I built up in flames. So as well as we did on Wednesday night, we did that poorly last night, and that happens sometimes.
Well, if you look at Tariq Skubal's overall start, like if you're not looking at the strikeouts, he had a quality start by definition.
Yeah.
7 innings, 3 earned runs, did have a couple walks, but only 3 strikeouts. Like, I wasn't watching the game, so I don't know, like, how the officiating was. Because that's the wild part of, like, K-props to me, is that, like, if you're watching a baseball game, you'll notice this, is sometimes the umpires will squeeze the pitcher. And I don't mean give him a hug. I mean the strike zone is just a lot smaller. And it can impact the game so much. I know this because I watched a ton of games through the lens of a pitcher's wife. So I didn't watch this. I don't know if that was the case, but I feel like that's why I don't bet on strikeout props, because the umpires make a difference.
What would you do if a home plate umpire just, threw the hands up, called time, stepped out from behind the plate, and just walked out to a pitcher who was struggling and said, hey, bring it in, bud. I can tell you're having a rough night. And gave him that kind of squeeze. But yeah, I didn't. I did not watch pitch for pitch either. Like you said, the box score, you would look at it and say, oh, quality start from Skubal. Maybe not a lot of swing and miss, but one bad inning and didn't hit the K props. So again, another start with at least 3 earned runs given up, though. That's 3 in a row now for Skubal. The first time that's happened this year. I know I had all of my leverage on him bouncing back from 2 starts like that yesterday, and it didn't work out. I think it's interesting that tonight we've got a number of pitchers who you could consider circle of trust starters who haven't been red hot lately. and I know we'll get into this later, but Wheeler, DeGrom, Framber, all guys who I at least would look at as circle of trust guys. And I don't know, with Skubal and Skeens the day before that kind of shaking our belief system, I don't know if I'm in on those guys to bounce back tonight necessarily. So we can get into that when we talk about tonight's MLB card later. But there's multiple guys. In a really good pitching matchup out west, you got King against Kershaw in L.A. too.
Yeah, I think this is where it's tough as a bettor that is human, where sometimes you have to check your biases. Like, we do this with teams all the time, where certain teams, you just give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, people in the NFL, they're like, oh, the Eagles, they're going to make it to the NFC Championship, right? Where you don't really look at the numbers. I feel that way with a lot of these guys who have been in the circle of trust for years. I was looking at Jacob deGrom's numbers. I'm like, this can't be right. Was this a typo? Give up 5 runs in like 2 starts? No, there's no way he did this. And you're like, well, he did. He's apparently hittable now, which is crazy to me, because Jacob deGrom at his absolute peak was throwing like Bob Gibson numbers, like some of the best numbers in the history of baseball. So it's hard for me to reconcile the fact that he is now hittable and giving up some runs. Maybe it's not something that will continue, and I do think he will bounce back because he does have good stuff. But I think it's one of those things where you have to check your biases by the numbers. Like, I do this in baseball all the time. It took me a while to get on the Brewers train. You're like, the Brewers, like, look at their lineup. They're not that good. But when they lead the league in run differential by a wide margin, that's when you really have to start changing your opinion on teams.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see free hamburgers in Milwaukee, by the way, I guess now.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Did you see where somebody called the police because they didn't get a free burger? They literally called 911.
Come on, Karen. Put the phone down. It's a free burger.
Think it was a woman.
What's the male equivalent of Karen? Has anybody decided on that? What is the...
Ooh. I don't know. I know that there is a distinct meaning for Chad, but as far as like male names with connotations, I think Chad's like the only one, right?
Yeah, probably. But anyway, point being, Milwaukee. I back to Milwaukee and baseball, everybody. It's also tough, though, I think, because when you're deciding who to bet on, you do want to play the regression game sometimes. So, for example, it's why I was all in on Skubal last night. It's why when I look at Wheeler and DeGrom and Framber Valdez, who I mentioned before, who are all going tonight, and I look at their last few starts and I see rough outings or by their standards, tough stretches, I go, do I want to bet on the regression? Because like you said, we know they have good stuff. Or do I want to bet on this tough patch is going to continue? Same thing goes on the other side of the coin with Milwaukee. Am I going to continue to ride them because they're red hot and they're hitting absolutely everything? Or do I look for a little regression because, yes, the 12-game winning streak is great, but the last 3 came against the Pirates, and are you due for something to eventually hit a slide when you've been playing this well for this long?
Yeah, it almost feels similar to me when you're playing roulette, and you're like, okay, it's hit red 14 times in a row. There's no way it hits red again, right? But here's the thing. Each and every roll is a set, like, probability. Like, the last roll has no saying on the next roll. And I think that's like a human thing that we just think, oh, well, the next roll will be this, right? No.
Yeah, and so the same thing goes when you're talking about playing either a hot team who this doesn't necessarily apply to the Brewers because the Brewers have been red hot, but I also think the Brewers are a good team. If we were talking about some middling team without a lot of talent who all of a sudden had ripped off 8 or 9 in a row, maybe it's a different story. But when you're looking at teams or starting pitchers, you've got to decide, am I betting the regression back to what they should be, or am I betting what they have been over the last few starts?
Yeah, I think it's a similar conversation to those teams in the NFL that win a bunch of close games, and then they get to the playoffs, and you're like, okay, this is when, the veneer starts to come off, and this is when those teams really start to struggle. Or players like Sam Darnold, who I know people get really defensive, like, he's a good player, he's a good quarterback. But I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that because he did have a good season and he deserved to get his bag. But we'll see if the trend continues this year in the NFL for Sam Darnold, if he'll be one of the top quarterbacks, because I don't know if you saw like the list that was compiled by, I think it was like execs and NFL like owners and stuff, where it ranked the quarterbacks. And it was like all these mid-tier quarterbacks above Sam Darnold. Like he probably was looking at this and like, did you not watch games last year? What are we doing?
It's real easy for people to go, yeah, we watched them, and you threw to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison over and over again. Of course you looked good.
That's what I'm saying. Like, human bias is in every single conversation. It's crazy. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about the Rashee Rice news and what it means for the Chiefs moving forward.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Good morning. Thanks for choosing us here at the Daily Tip to start your day. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack, filling in for Jenks. In a few minutes, we'll get to the latest on the Rashee Rice case as it pertains to the Chiefs, how much time he might miss, or when that time might be missed. So, Chris, it's been a while since I've seen people stir up the controversy that is the NFL is rigged for the Chiefs. Remember, this used to be a huge thing. I think it was most of last year, where people believed the NFL did all these things for the Chiefs to win. And some of the officiating, they're not proving people wrong with some of these calls. So yesterday, this reared its ugly head again when it comes to this Rashee Rice case. So apparently, he's probably going to play the first 4 games of the season. He has a disciplinary hearing set for September 30th. If you don't remember, Rashee Rice was involved in a multi-car crash, and he pled guilty to 2 third-degree felonies. He has been sentenced to 30 days in jail, in which he can serve, I think, any time over the next 5 years, if I am reading this correctly. But people are looking at the Chiefs' schedule, and they're like, oh, well, this is convenient. You look at the games on the schedule. What does it mean that he can play the first 4 games? So they get the Chargers, the Eagles, the Giants, and the Ravens. Oh, how convenient. The 5th game back is the Jaguars. So do you think people are right in this? Like, do you think it's the cumulative effect of, like, people saying, oh, it's another thing to add to the Chiefs, are Roger Goodell's favorite team? Do you think they're fair in saying this?
People are spending too much time on social media. I have a 12-year-old son who spends way too much time on social media, TikTok and YouTube and all that. And he says the same thing all the time. It's rigged for the Chiefs. Well, let's look at the 4 weeks after that, weeks 5 through 8. Yes, there's the game against Jacksonville in week 5, but then it's Detroit on a Sunday night, and it's a divisional game against the Raiders. Say what you will about the Raiders. And then it's a Monday nighter against Washington, and then a trip to Buffalo, and then a trip to Denver after the bye week. So wherever this 4-week suspension falls, assuming it's a 4-week suspension, it's not necessarily advantageous for the Chiefs. Like, people would have made the same argument, Chelsea, had they just come out and said, oh, he's going to miss the first 4 weeks. They'd say, oh, well, but look, now that he's going to be back just in time for the Lions game and the Commanders game and the Raiders game. It's just the way people look at Kansas City and the Chiefs. And you're right. Some of the officiating in some of those spots down the stretch last year made you do the rock eyebrow, like, that's interesting. But there's no conspiracy. Nothing's rigged. That I hate when I hear that from people. Just stop. It's not rigged. I do think it's kind of ridiculous that they can't carry out this hearing before the start of the regular season. I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of procedural move. They're waiting for something that they can't get before the end of August or the first week of September in order to properly have this hearing. But why can't this get done now? It's not like this happened last week. This happened over a year ago. I'm not sure what else the NFL needs to uncover in order to have a proper disciplinary hearing for Rashee Rice before the start of the season. So, look, you can cherry pick all the details and all the facts from this thing, and if you want to, go off into your dark room with the string up on the cork board tied to all the pictures and come up with your conspiracy theory like Charlie and Always Sunny and, eyes wide open. Oh, I'm telling you, it's rigged. It's not rigged. It does surprise me that they can't take care of it before the season, though.
Well, on the note of like who's presiding over the case, apparently it's some former U.S. district judge, the same lady, Sue L. Robinson, the same lady that did Deshaun Watson's case in 2022. Yes. So I don't know like what she's doing these days, but apparently like that was the date that worked for her. But as far as like moving forward in this, because here's the other thing. I don't think it's rigged. I just think like the NFL's wheel of punishment is just one of those things that there's very little logic, it feels to me. Like, remember, this used to be a huge talking point as well, is that, okay, if you do weed, you're going to be out of the league forever. Like, that's a big X. But, like, if you beat your girlfriend, as long as it's not on camera, So I think people are wondering what this punishment's going to be, because it just feels like the NFL has not been super predictable in this regard. Like I said, it feels like wheel of punishment. And Roger Goodell just spins a big wheel. And it's like, all right, 4 games. That's what you got. Yeah, big money.
Big money. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. So I think the more interesting functional part of this for our purposes is the rest of the Chiefs' receiving depth, right? Like, you've had Hollywood Brown dealing with stuff throughout camp. Xavier Worthy, whose number one fan apparently now is Taylor Swift. We feel good about that. Xavier Worthy. And obviously, we talked about Kelsey plenty yesterday and how much he's prepared this offseason. But, you know, Pacheco has had his issues in the offseason coming back from an injury. I think when you look at the skill position players around the Chiefs offense, but particularly at the receiving depth, once you get past Worthy, if you're in a week where Hollywood Brown is less than 100%, if he's not ready to go week 1, even though they insist he will be, Rashee Rice is out. You're down very quickly to a rookie in Jalen Royals, Juju Smith-Schuster, and then like Tyquan Thornton or whoever else. You know, I understand it's the Chiefs and it's Andy Reid with his Chinese takeout menu size play call sheet and Patrick Mahomes and everything that goes into it, but you can only weather so many of those losses, I think, before it becomes much more difficult to find the chemistry in your offense. One guy steps out, somebody else steps in. Maybe the timing is off. So, you know, especially weeks 5 through 8, like I said, if you're still dealing with a Hollywood Brown injury, who knows what Pacheco looks like, and Rashee Rice is out, and you've got games, granted at home, 3 home games in a row during that window, but games against the Lions, a divisional rival in the Raiders, and the Commanders, are we now talking about maybe a rough patch for the Chiefs where they lose a game or 2 unexpectedly, and then you start to dig into their schedule a little bit, and you ask yourself, 11.5 wins, is that affected at all? I don't think. I think this is still at least an 11-win team, but that's something I think if you're really questioning the depth at the skill positions for the Kansas City Chiefs, affected by the injuries, affected by this possible Rashee Rice suspension, you can find a way to argue yourself maybe into the under 11.5 if you want to, if you're counting on the Broncos to be better, if you think the Chargers are going to really battle for the top spot in the division. You can find yourself betting, I think minus 125 is the number at BetMGM. You can find yourself finding a way, sure, to bet the Chiefs under 11.5. I wouldn't do it because I'm not going to question Reid and Mahomes until I see further proof that they can't weather that storm. But it becomes much more difficult to get through that patch if the suspension falls in line with some of these injuries.
Yeah, I think it's one of those teams where they have so much of a sample size of, like, you know, just returning to the AFC Championship game that I think that you can't really look at them like, yeah, they're probably not going to win the division, because they've been through this before. Like, they have been on top of the mountain for so long that they have had all of these very issues before. They have had problems with depth at receiver, and we saw it cost them late in games where receivers made boneheaded plays, but still they're in those games. Like, if anybody can weather the storm of not having a ton of great receivers, it's certainly Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. Tom Brady compared himself to Patrick Mahomes, and I think in this regard, this is where Patrick Mahomes can step up and be like, hey, Tom Brady did it in years where they didn't have great receivers. He makes the receivers do not make Tom Brady. But the other aspect in this, and I know everybody talks about Travis Kelce as like a figurehead now and not as an actual NFL player, but if he can stay healthy this year, he used to be uncoverable. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Is that he can be a big chunk of this offense, and I would love to bet on Travis Kelce props, but it feels like they're way inflated just because the books are like, oh, Taylor Swift's fans are going to bet on Travis Kelce. But he can be a presence in this offense if he can stay healthy for the entire season. And he has slimmed down. He has really, been grinding, it feels like, to try to get back into great shape. So maybe he's a bigger part of this offense. I think Patrick Mahomes' cabinet is not bare. It has enough pieces for them to at least win the division. Like, I still think I'm betting on the Chiefs to win the division at minus 118 until proven otherwise.
Yeah, and I would argue the same thing because of the Kelsey effect and the fact that I don't expect him. It's going to happen eventually. Like, the Kelsey drop-off will happen. A Mahomes-Reed drop-off will happen. Or maybe not a drop-off, but a stumble in 1 year. And again, if you really think that with everything stacking up, injuries, Rice suspension, all of that, that this could be the perfect opportunity for that, by all means, go ahead and bet on that. I just don't know how much company you're going to have, including myself. Like, I'm not necessarily going all in on betting the Chiefs, but I'm sure as hell not betting against the Chiefs yet.
Yeah, I don't think I'm betting on them to win the Super Bowl, but I think they have probably one of the highest floors of any team in football. And, you know, the proof is in the pudding. Like, how many years in a row have they won the division? 2015 is the last year they did not win the AFC West. And that's been through a lot of peaks and valleys, you know, with the other teams in the division, because I think people look at the division this year and they say, wow, the Broncos are really good. They have so much talent on that defense. Bo Nix is a serviceable young quarterback. But again, I feel like it's one of those things like voter fatigue, where people are just ready for a new team. And that's just not the way the world works. They're the best team, they're the best team.
Yeah, until we see otherwise. Like I said, until I see the proof that they can't handle things like this, I'm not going to bet on them. Again, if you consider yourself ahead of the curve and you look at them and you think, nope, this is the year it not all falls apart. That's overstating it. But this is the year where they can't get through this kind of stuff. And maybe it's a 9 or 10 win Chiefs team. Yeah, they still go to the playoffs, but they don't win the division, or this happens or that happens. By all means, get out there on the frontier and get ahead of the curve. But I won't. I will be a straggler. I will be back here with everybody else saying, nope, until I see them actually stumble and fall, I'm not betting on the fall happening.
Right, because it's been the Kansas City Chiefs Invitational, it feels like, for the AFC Championship game. I do think this is the year where somebody else represents the AFC, but again, I will be betting on divisional winners, and I will be betting on the Chiefs to win that division. I also think if you're high on the Broncos, you just take them to finish second place. This is a bet you can make over at BetMGM. It's plus 190, because I think I believe in the Broncos a little bit more than I do in the Chargers. And also here, going back to the discussion about like the Chiefs get everything in their favor, the Chargers don't get a home game against the Chiefs this year because their first game of the season is in Brazil, and that is a quote-unquote home game for the Chargers. And then their other game against the Chiefs is in Kansas City. That doesn't feel super fair.
No, that had completely escaped me when looking at the schedule, that a divisional game is being put abroad so that it is not really a home game. And look, I think we went over it the other day, I think there's a lot of questions about the Chargers. And as we've continued to build towards the regular season, I found more and more positives with the Broncos and fewer with the Chargers. So I think that's a good look when you're betting order of finish in the AFC West, to take a look at Broncos second, Chargers third. That might be the angle on it. But again, I'm not betting on the Chiefs, or I should say, I'm not betting against the Chiefs until the Chiefs show me more evidence that they're not ready to get through all of this, the Rice suspension and the injuries and all that go together to maybe hamstring them a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we do have preseason football on deck this weekend, tonight. And we have some big-name quarterbacks who will be missing time. We have some big-name quarterbacks who are actually going to be playing. So here's the injury report of big-name quarterbacks. Jordan Love has surgery on his left thumb. It's his non-throwing hand following Green Bay's first preseason game against the Jets. He should be back 100% by week 1. So he had the surgery to prevent some lingering issues. So do you think, like they say this, but do you think this will be an issue for Jordan Love? Does this make you cautious about betting on the Packers?
It will to come regular season. Yeah, I understand it's the non-throwing hand, but what do most quarterbacks have to do at some point, they have to get under center and take a snap. And they've got to hold on to the football with both hands, especially under a heavy pass rush. I don't think you can get surgery on a thumb 2 weeks before, a little more than 2 weeks before the regular season, and not have it continue to linger into the regular season. Again, I get it, non-throwing hand, but I think this is something we should keep an eye on throughout, especially the early stages of the regular season with Green Bay, and just give you a little bit of pause, because it's not like Jordan Love has been super secure with the football all the time either.
Yeah, especially first game of the season against the Lions. You think Aiden Hutchinson sees this and is like, maybe I should go after him a little bit harder. I don't know. All right, coming up next, we preview the preseason games on the slate this weekend on the Daily Tip after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Happy Friday. We're off and rolling here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Chris Mack in for Jenks today. If you're looking to bet on the preseason, BetMGM has a no-sweat token for you. Get in on the excitement of BetMGM within any sport. No-sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets only at BetMGM. All right, Chris Mack. So we have a full slate of preseason games over the weekend. I understand your Steelers pretty much don't play anyone of note in these games. And it's funny to me how different coaches kind of have different strategies surrounding that, because we will see some of the big name quarterbacks. We won't see Aaron Rodgers though. And he has made this point to the media before. He said the joint practices the week leading up into the preseason game feel more productive to him than the actual preseason games. Do you think he has a fair point?
I think there's a fair point to be made that when you have these joint practices, they're usually against a team that you're not lining up against during the regular season, which is his point, that you're more comfortable practicing some coverages and some schemes and things that you wouldn't ordinarily want to put on tape during a preseason game for everybody else to digest. His point he made a couple weeks ago was, well, preseason game, you basically see like 3 different coverages. And the line doesn't have to necessarily make a lot of adjustments based on pressures and where they're coming from. So I get what he's saying. And they did have a joint practice with the Buccaneers yesterday ahead of tomorrow night's preseason game. And apparently Rodgers was out there. Their first offensive series looked pretty good. They run a drill they call 7 shots, which is all within the 5-yard line. And I think they scored on 6 of those plays. So that's promising, I think. Now, they also fell on their faces in the 2-minute drill, according to a couple of reports from that joint practice against the Buccaneers. And Baker Mayfield fairly carved them up at times. And that included all the starters, or most of the starters, being out there in that joint practice yesterday. So I understand Rodgers' point. You might see some more exotic things in a practice, and the coaches work with each other. Hey, can you maybe show my guys this or that or the other thing so that we can prepare for it? And you don't get that in a preseason game. But I just stand firm on the fact that when you are new to a team, when the QB1 and the wide receiver 1 are both new to a team, and you'd like to see some chemistry built between the two of them, which is great. You can do it in practice. You can do it in practices against other teams, scrimmage atmosphere, whatever you want to do. Until you actually do it in a game, maybe I'm naive about this, it feels like it's not the same level of preparation that it could be. So I'm curious, especially when you're a team that has struggled offensively for the better part of a half decade now. Wouldn't you want to see it put into practice in a preseason game if you were Mike Tomlin, Arthur Smith, and the Pittsburgh Steelers brain trust, the connection between Rodgers and Metcalf, even if it's just for half a dozen plays? I'm not even asking for that much, because I get it. 41-year-old quarterback, you want to keep him healthy. So that's interesting to me that Rodgers probably won't see a single preseason snap.
This feels to me like something that Aaron Rodgers just simply doesn't want to do. And I feel like they're trying to pick their battles here, right? He feels like a stubborn old mare that you're like, this mare needs to do which is a female horse. And they're known for being very stubborn. But listen, Aaron Rodgers does have a ton of experience. Like, nobody's going to look at him and be like, well, does he know how to manage a game? He's playing the NFL, it feels like, for 37 seasons. One would think that one drive is not going to kill him. Like, I say that facetiously, or he's not going to get hurt, and you can play one drive, because usually that's what we see from all these big name quarterbacks is they play in the preseason, but it's very, very sparingly. Like, what's going to hurt you to play one drive with your new team, right? But it just feels like one of those things where Aaron Rodgers is like, no, this is not what I want to do, so I'm not going to do it. So I feel like Mike Tomlin might be picking his battles here.
That might be part of it, although when you look at all the other names that are sitting out for Tomlin, both last week and now this weekend as well, not just Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, Jalen Warren, who's still de facto RB1, a ton of guys on defense, Hayward, Watt, Ramsey, Slay, Joey Porter Jr., Patrick Queen. It does feel like a philosophy that he and a lot of other head coaches have attached themselves to over the last couple of years. Like, hey, I can see what I need to see out of you in practice or in these joint practices with other teams, and I don't need to worry about whether you're going to take a hit from an overzealous third-string outside linebacker who's trying to make the team. I'm going to control where you get those reps in order to make sure that we get to the regular season fully healthy. And Tomlin's not the only one to do that. There are a lot of teams that have decided, no, I'm not putting my veteran quarterback anywhere near harm's way during the preseason.
Yeah, I get it. And listen, I've never played in a preseason game, so I don't know, the difference between that and a regular season game. So maybe I'll leave it to the coaches. Let me ask you this. I don't think I've asked you this before. Do you bet on the preseason games? I pretty much have a hard line against it. Like, there are a few angles that I think are logical. The ones about the coaches who really like winning the preseason games. We know the Ravens are regular season juggernauts preseason juggernauts under John Harbaugh. And maybe you could sell me on, this current trend of overs. Like last week, we saw all kinds of overs in the preseason, but I don't know the reasoning for it. So I'm not betting on a trend that's just happening and nobody has a logic for it. So I don't think I'll be betting on any of these preseason games. I'll say like my Titans is 4.5-point favorites when they scored a mere 7 points. The first week of the season doesn't make me really want to bet on them as favorites. But do you bet on preseason games?
Every once in a while. Like if you hear something about one team is going to play their starters deep into the second quarter and the other team isn't playing anybody, like maybe you find an angle there on maybe a first half spread or something like that. Or, in the instance of, I think it's the Monday night game this weekend, Bengals and Commanders, and somebody tells you, as Denton told me right before the show, hey, Burrow and Daniels are both going to play. Maybe you look at an over, maybe a first half over, if you can get that. But no, I'm not running all over the place to place preseason bets, because more often than not, your prevailing wisdom or logic has no bearing on how this game is actually going to be played. For example, week 1 of the preseason, I looked at Jacksonville, Pittsburgh and said, okay, the Steelers are playing nobody, and Jacksonville is going to get their starters out there for a couple of series. Absolutely, Jacksonville minus the 4.5, and I probably would have taken the under too. Well, they put 40, almost 50 points on the board, and the Steelers covered the 4.5. They won outright. So look, it's the preseason. You have no idea who's going to play in the second half, how long they're going to play. So if anything, like I said, look for those spots where maybe you can capitalize on like a first half spread or a first half total. But those spots are few and far between, I think.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing first half bets on a lot of these games. Like the games that are tonight, you get a spread and you get a total, and that's it. So you don't even get as many options. And just from a personal standpoint, we are always very honest on this show, and I think that's one of our strengths, is that I don't have a strength of betting on preseason football. So I'm not going to sit here and like lecture our audience about how they should be betting on the preseason when it's not one of my strengths. So I don't like betting on it, so I'm not going to try to convince you to bet on it, is how I personally feel. As far as my Titans go, because we're talking about our teams, I do think there are some things to watch for. I know nobody cares about Cam Ward that much, even though he was the first overall pick. I know everybody was super focused on Shedeur Sanders last week, but Cam Ward quietly had a great drive for my Titans. 5 of 8, 67 yards, the only touchdown of the game. And from a fantasy perspective, here's the connection you should be watching, and also from a prop perspective. His connection with Calvin Ridley so far has been incredible. It feels like he is the security blanket for Cam Ward early and often. And Calvin Ridley's a good receiver. I think people forget how fast he is. If you watch him on the screen, you're like, wow, we actually have a good player on our team. It's a nice feeling. So I think from a prop standpoint, he's one of the under the radar players that maybe people aren't paying attention to, but he's going to get a lot of looks from Cam Ward. So I think those are the things to watch. And also, if the Titans offensive line can be halfway decent, because as much as I want to believe in Cam Ward, he's had all kinds of time to throw, which I understand is not the norm for quarterbacks. Do you get what I'm saying? It feels like in college, like these are the quarterbacks like, whoa, he made this great throw. Yeah, I had 8 seconds to throw. Like that's not going to be the norm in the NFL. So I don't know if it's the offensive line that has improved. I don't know if it's the fact that the Bucs didn't have like their defensive starters, but I would like to see him throw under more duress, and then I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, and that's even during the preseason, even if he plays, 3 or 4 drives throughout the course of the entire preseason, it's still, it's so few, the number of snaps as compared to what these young quarterbacks are going to get come the regular season, that it's still hard to see if they're truly adjusting or not. And that's what I'm going to look for in week 2 of the preseason are the young quarterbacks. Jalen Milroe will probably get a chunk of playing time tonight against the Chiefs in Seattle. Tomorrow, you've got Jackson Dart. I want to see what he does. Russell Wilson, I think, is supposed to start and get a series or 2 for the Giants, but I want to see Jackson Dart against the Jets defense. I want to see Dylan Gabriel against the Eagles to see if that battle becomes any more interesting for the Browns, I guess, QB2 spot. Caleb's going to play for the Bears Sunday night against the Bills. That's definitely worth watching. The Vikings receiving depth, which is supposed to prop up J.J. McCarthy. They're not going to be with Jordan Addison for the first few games of the year. So is there anybody else to throw the ball to aside from Justin Jefferson? And then, the Anthony Richardson mess in Indianapolis. I guess he's supposed to play. And I would keep an eye out, too, Hendon Hooker, who's kind of battling for the backup quarterback spot behind Jared Goff in Detroit. I was a huge fan of his at Tennessee and obviously dealt with the injury, didn't really get any reps at all his rookie year. He needs to produce in a big way, been kind of careless with the football. I want to see how he handles things tomorrow for the Lions against the Dolphins. So young quarterbacks, I think, are what you continue to watch for and their developmental curve in this second week of the preseason.
Yeah, I think Caleb Williams is number 1 on the big board for me. I want to see him in that new offense and what he can do. All right, we got to get to break. Hour 2 is next on the Daily Tip. Stick with us.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. It's a Friday, and we've got a great show in store for you. Over the next hour, here's what's on tap. We'll start with ESPN's Misery Meter. So you think you have it the worst as a sports fan of any city in the country? Well, we'll put you to the test. I think we're going to take odds on who of the show has the most misery when it comes to their teams, because ESPN has quantified it. I think I should be at least in the running for the most misery of any fan here. And then we'll get on to our daily baseball bets. The circle of trust, it feels like, has been broken. So we will deal with our trust issues for some of these big name pitchers and how we bet on them because of it. And then at 7:40, it's time to shoot for the moon and give you our squad parlay, which Den at 4:31 a.m. this morning was giving us the rules for the squad parlay. And I was laughing. He said the rules for the squad parlay are: number 1, pick a winner. Number 2, must be BetMGM bet. Number 3, see rule number 1. And poor Chris Mack is probably thinking, man, I really got to win. Chris, we haven't won one of these yet. So most of us break rules 1 and 3 every single week.
It's happening this time, so that when Jenks gets back, I can go, we won while you were gone, pal.
But then Jenks will say, you guys power ranked Taylor Swift songs, so that's a win for me. I think Jenks would have lost his mind. I think he would have retired on the spot if he was there for that draft.
And walked out.
Which is funny because his fiance loves Taylor Swift. So, like, Jenks knows a lot about Taylor Swift. Like, he drops these, like, references where I'm like, I don't understand that. You'll have to be more specific.
I just rolled with it, and I think I actually did all right for not knowing more than like half a dozen Taylor Swift songs. Although the fact that you stole Christmas Tree Farm late in the draft was tough for me. I was going to sign that one as an undrafted free agent, and that was a big move by you.
That's the only Taylor Swift song that I play like regularly, like at Christmas time, obviously. But I don't think I have a single other one of her songs like added on Spotify. You know, you save songs on Spotify to like your songs or whatever. I don't have any Taylor Swift songs, with the exception of Christmas Tree Farm, because it's a banger and I love Christmas music when the time is acceptable. It is August. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
No.
They already have like Halloween decorations out at Home Goods.
When will you
95
decorate?
degrees out.
Yeah, when will you decorate for Christmas? This has become a bone of contention in our household in particular.
I think maybe the week of Thanksgiving, because I have to host our entire family for Thanksgiving. And then my daughter's birthday is December 5th. So we have a party at our house. So it's just like we have a lot going on. So as a matter of like logistics, I do it like right before Thanksgiving.
So I used to be a very hard line weekend after Thanksgiving person. We are not getting Christmas decorations out before Thanksgiving. Respect the Thanksgiving holiday. I want those little orange leaves, hanging on the mantle above the fireplace. I want to feel like fall all the way through Thanksgiving. And then a couple years ago, our son decided that he wanted Christmas decorations up early. And my wife has gone fully overboard with this, to the point that, have you looked at what day of the week Halloween is this year, Chelsea? It's a Friday. Do you know what that means? Chris is going to be doing on Saturday, November 1st, dragging out the Christmas decorations from underneath the basement steps.
Oh, man. You're going to need one of those headsets to, like, listen to football games, like all those old guys do at the games. Like, have you ever sat behind somebody who does that in, like, an actual game?
The antenna
where they
on the
listen
side
to
of
the
the
broadcast?
Yes.
And I'm like, you're at the game. Do you really need the play-by-play? And they have, like, the oldest-looking headphones you've ever seen, and they're listening to the broadcast.
It looks like the stuff the guys on the tarmac wear when they're unloading the luggage from underneath the plane.
Exactly. And I love it. It's like the equivalent, I guess, of, like, the people who still do the box score at baseball games. Is it called the box score?
It's the scorebook. Yeah, you're keeping the book.
Scorebook. Keeping the scorebook,
There is something nostalgic and romantic for me about keeping score at a ball game, especially if it's with like pencil and paper. Like when I was a little kid, the first time I went to not the first time, but the first couple times I went to ball games, I learned how to do that. And I still have the first completed scorebook I kept for an entire game happened to be the game that Mike Schmidt hit his 500th home run against the Pirates at Three Rivers Stadium.
Oh, but listen, you have to pay attention every single pitch, which is not something I want to do.
You can't look at your phone. You can't get up to pee in the middle of the inning. You can't, run to get 6 more hot dogs. No, you're there to watch baseball. I sound like an old man.
But like it's 9
I'll be
innings.
back in the
It's
bottom
a
of the
long
fourth.
time.
Yeah.
Right. I remember there would be baseball wives who did this for their husbands. They would track like the pitch and the like miles an hour every single pitch. And I'm like, wow, you're a good wife. I show up in the 5th inning.
Isn't there a guy in the dugout doing that? Why are you charting pitches?
I don't know, but she was really good at it. And so people like love to say like women don't know baseball, but like I guarantee you she knows more about baseball than like most people because she was sitting there charting like what type of pitch it was, which was kind of impressive because I feel like there are broadcasters that don't even know the pitch that was thrown and they're literally watching from behind home plate. Like Tim McCarver, I feel like used to do this. And be like, and that's a fastball. And you're like, oh my God, Tim. It was 82 miles an hour. That was a curveball. What are we doing? Tim McCarver. Sorry, Tim McCarver. He's a legend. All right. So in this segment, what we're going to do is ESPN has this fun little gadget right now where you can type in your fan bases and the teams that you follow, and they call it the misery meter. So we are taking odds on who we think has the biggest misery meter. So it's out of 100. It's out of 100 score. So let's give the options here. So Chris Mack is a fan of all things Pittsburgh, if I have this correct. Correct. Okay, so I think you're going to get a low score for the Pirates, or a high score, I should say. You'll get some points taken off for the Steelers, because at least they've been decent. I don't know anything about the Penguins. Sorry, don't follow hockey. But for me, it's difficult because I only have one pro team. They don't do college teams on this. So I only have the Titans.
That was really disappointing. They needed to include the college fan bases too, because I feel like if you're, especially if you live in a place like, I don't know, New Orleans or Atlanta, SEC territory, right, where maybe your pro teams, I don't want to say take a backseat completely to your college allegiances, but they're at least on par. If I'll use New Orleans as an example again, like you're a Pelicans and a Saints fan, your score is going to suck. But, maybe you're an LSU fan too. Oh, maybe I shouldn't mention LSU. Brian Kelly, your score would probably still suck. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like there's a chance that your college fandom could offset your pro fandom a little bit. So I was kind of disappointed there. But I ended up getting... Even this didn't end up going one direction or another for me. A 48. I got meh, it says. They give you a word to describe your fan rating. Meh. Because, like you said, the Steelers haven't won a playoff game in nearly a decade. The Penguins are in full-on rebuild mode around Sidney Crosby, and the Pirates, well, they're the Pirates. So right there in the middle, 48 for me.
Guess what mine is? I'll see if you can guess it. For the Titans.
Well, you
just
only have
one team.
One team. I mean, it's got to be pretty high on the misery index, right? I'd give you like a 70-ish.
Not even close. Like, it's a lot higher.
Really?
92.
Give me a number.
92 out of 100.
Isn't there some hope there, though?
That's what I thought. I was like, am I gaslighting myself into thinking I'm not that miserable when it's 92 out of 100? Because I think the basis of this was the Titans have never won a Super Bowl, and the way that they lost the Super Bowl was the most miserable way you can think of. 1 yard short of winning a Super Bowl. Because I will say this also asked you the time frame for how long you've been a fan. So I guess, like, if I did within the last 5 years, which is not, like 15 years, I think I went to the first Titans game because my dad got the PSLs or something as an investment. So I've been a fan for a long time. So 92 out of 100. I don't think anybody on the show can top that, honestly. Let's go to Dylan
honestly,
next because
I'm
this makes
shocked
me mad.
that
Dylan's a fan of like New England teams. So like I was like, okay, his score has to be like a 3. Dylan, what's your score?
My score is a 6.
Oh, come on.
I put
the hell out of here.
The Red Sox, the Celtics, and the Patriots. Those are my 3 teams. I don't really follow hockey at all, so I didn't include the Bruins, but I did just to see what it would be, and it goes up to an 8 if you include the Bruins. But for me, it's a 6.
That's just not even
I feel like
fair.
the Bruins have been good too, right? Like haven't they had some seasons where they've been really good?
They've won 1 Stanley Cup, in like the last 20 years. They have a better history too.
All right, Den, jump on in here. What's your score?
There's no way he got on here and said 6.
He did.
So
believe it.
Oh my God, I was.
Anything is possible.
Also, I do want to reiterate the fact that they don't put college teams on here, but they are like, hey, you can add your MLS team on here.
Yeah.
Like, buddy, who is that deep into MLS soccer where this is impacting them? But I digress. I put 5 teams down. I put my Commanders, the Wizards, the Capitals, the Nationals, and your boy's a diehard Mystics fan for the last 5 to 15 years. And I got a 75. I thought higher was better, and I was like, man, the Nats won a championship. The Caps won a championship. Commanders just in the NFC Championship. Like, I'm doing great. And then it said higher is worse, and I'm flailing. And that's not a great place to be in.
That is surprising to me. Because like you said, like you guys have 2 championships in the last, 10, 15 years? That's got to count for something.
Mystics won a championship. Can't forget about that one. Big parade there.
Oh, yes. So sorry.
Yeah, but the Caps would always lose in terrible fashion. The Nationals would always lose in terrible fashion. And Dan Snyder is the devil, and he owned the team for a long time. So that was taken into consideration as well.
Scandals.
I'm still totally blindsided by the fact that Kenny, running the board, did not score higher than you, Chelsea. I mean, Kenny, correct me if I'm wrong. White Sox, am I right there?
Correct.
Bulls?
Correct.
Blackhawks?
I don't follow hockey, so I didn't put them
Okay,
on
so
there.
we'll take the Blackhawks out of the mix, but they suck too. And then the Bears, right?
Correct.
How the hell did you
89.
score lower than Chelsea's 92 with an 89?
The White Sox won in 05, and the Bears won in 85. You got Michael Jordan. But unfortunately for me, I was born in 99, so I missed the whole Jordan era. I was only a kid for the White Sox World Series. So, my teams, Dylan puts in the chat, I've seen 11 championships for my 3 teams. My team hasn't even been in the championship game since I was 6 years old. None of them.
I mean,
and it's Chicago.
It's crazy to me that you don't think you're that miserable until you look over and you're like, 11 championships? 11? Like, we have been in the discussion once. We've been to a Super Bowl. The Titans have been to the Super Bowl once in my lifetime. So it's one of those things, it's like when you think you're living a good life and then you look at social media and you're like, what the hell? Like, people are doing this with their lives. They're like, yes, my daughter is 5 and she knows 3 languages. You're like, damn, I thought we were ahead of the curve. We're not. So maybe 92 makes more sense.
I guess. Although, so you've seen 0 championships for your favorite team.
Well, I mean, I will put in the little aside that I don't have a favorite baseball team because my husband played. And so, like, I'm not a fan of teams. I'm a fan of him, obviously. And he did get a World Series ring with the Cubs. So that counts for something.
That counts. That counts for something. Because I was Dylan's 11 championships for his 3 teams is just, we can all agree, disgusting that he's seen that many. And then I started to count how many I've seen for my favorite teams in my lifetime, and I realized it was 7. So I'm not doing too bad, actually. I guess my score does make sense.
Well, yeah, because the Steelers were really good for a while, right? Don't they have
the Steelers? I've been to a couple Super Bowl parades, and I've been to a few. I've seen my hockey team win 5 Stanley Cups in my lifetime. So.
So which city is it? Makes sense that like Boston has it like the best. Like, does anybody contend? Because New York hasn't really had much luck in the football front. Like the Yankees have been really good. Even the Mets have had their years. Am I blanking on something? I guess the Giants won a couple Super Bowls when Eli was there.
Yeah, the Bay Area, Kenny points out in the chat. You know, Niners, Warriors, Giants. That's probably pretty strong. But outside, nobody competes with the Boston area. 11 is just disgusting, Dylan.
Well, Nashville certainly doesn't. I think we can say that. All right, coming up next, our daily baseball bets come your way next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
We're back. It is Friday, August the 15th. You're listening to the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack filling in for Jenks. And we've got some baseball bets locked and loaded. Or at least I'm hoping so. I'm looking at the slate. And I feel like for the first time, Chris, that usually my first instincts are pretty spot on, where like I'm like, oh, this is going to be a good bet to look into. I look into it, the numbers align, and there you go. But a lot of these, like I was like, oh, here's a good bet. And then you look at the numbers, you're like, wow, that's not a good bet at all. Like, do you find yourself doing that? Because usually, like I said, like my instincts are pretty spot on. Like I bet on baseball literally every day. So I pretty much kind of have a good track record of like, oh, this pitcher's been doing well, this pitcher's been doing terrible. But today, I feel like all my instincts were terrible, which is usually not a great indicator of how successful my bets will be that day.
Well, because I think instinctually what you do is you wake up in the morning, or maybe even the night before you go to bed, and you look at the next day's starters and the teams and the matchups.
Yes.
You go, ooh, okay. Like, for example, ooh, okay, Zach Wheeler against Mackenzie Gore. Feel good about the Phils in this spot. And then you take the step back in the morning and you look at it again and you go, oh, Wheeler hasn't been too hot the last few starts, and the Phils aren't scoring a ton of runs. And you start to go through all, like you call them, the sabotage factors, and you go, oh, maybe I don't like this. And so there's like Rangers Blue Jays today is a good example. Oh, DeGrom's going. Chris Bassett's, okay, yeah, good win-loss record, but what the hell does that mean for a starting pitcher these days? And then you dig into DeGrom's numbers over the last few starts, and you're like, oh, wait, and the Blue Jays, well, they're playing well. Oh, maybe I don't like that. And then I'll just keep going down the list. Framber Valdez against the Orioles? Yeah, sign me up. And then you go, oh, wait, Framber's given up 9 earned runs in his last 2 starts over 11 innings, and the Orioles just took a series from the Mariners. Maybe I don't like Framber tonight. There's a lot of those on today's card, I think, where you go, ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like a kid at a candy store. And then you realize that's
and you look at the nutritional facts.
Yeah.
or like, oh, no.
Or like, have you ever been tricked into, like, there are these little candies. They're called High Chews. They come, like, individually wrapped, but they're like chewy little fruity candies, right? And at work, at Odyssey Pittsburgh, there's this big, massive candy jar on the front desk, and it's always getting replenished with different kinds of candies. And I'll, as I walk by on my way out the door, I'll grab a couple little candies and go, ooh, green ones. That's green apple. And then I rip it open and I pop it in my mouth, and it's kiwi flavored. I'm like, I didn't sign up for kiwi. I wanted green apple. That's what happens when you look at these bets and you go, yeah, Phil's Nats, definitely. Rangers, Jays, definitely. Stros, Orioles, definitely. And then you dig into some of the numbers. You're like, ooh, Framber, DeGrom, Wheeler, they're not green apple. They've been kiwi.
Kiwi. Yeah, what a weird flavor to be like, yes, we're going to do kiwi because everybody's going to be clamoring for more kiwi. This feels to me like when they started adding the nutritional info on the menus at fast food restaurants. I don't know if this is a law in Pennsylvania, but they made it a law here in Tennessee. And it is just, it's tough when you go to Sonic and you're like, oh, I'll just get a mini size of the Sonic Blast, which is basically like a McFlurry. It's like 580 calories. You're like, for a mini, it's literally like 4 ounces.
What I love, too, is that they put at the bottom of the menu board that all of these are based on the average adult intake of like 2,000 to 2,500 calories per day or whatever. Mm-hmm. And you see that the number 2 meal is like 1,400 calories. And you're like, oh, so just tell me that anything I'm going to order, just call them all the fat ass meal. I mean, seriously, what are we doing? I don't need to know how many calories are in the double bacon cheeseburger. I just want to know that it's delicious. And when I look it up later, then I'll know that I'm killing myself.
Well, because it's one thing for things like that where you're like, okay, the triple decker, like obviously it's not for the people who are counting calories. But the worst is when you're like, oh, the chicken Caesar wrap. I'll get that. 980 calories. You're like, what the? Like, that's the equivalent of, like, what we're seeing from Jacob deGrom's numbers. It's like, you think it's healthy and it's just not. But here's the other mental gymnastics I find myself doing. So I like the Phillies again today. Am I an insane person? Like, because here's the thing. Like, I bet on the Phillies yesterday, and I feel like you can make a good case for them. The numbers said the Phillies should have won and should have won big yesterday. Did they win big? No, they scored 2 runs. Because you look at the numbers, and, like, as far as WRC plus, every single metric for their offense, the Phillies are worlds ahead of the Nationals. You know, Phillies top 6, the Nationals bottom 2 in offense over the last month. So, like, am I crazy for wanting to bet on the Phillies again today? Because we were talking about Zach Wheeler, and maybe he hasn't been lights out, but of these pitchers we mentioned, he's at least been decent. Like, maybe it's not great numbers. He's not shutting out teams, but his last 2 starts have been good. 2 earned runs over 5 innings, which is a short start for him. Did have 7 strikeouts. 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 10 Ks against the Tigers last time around, or second to last time around, which is a great start, in my opinion. So I think of the circle of trust, like Zach Wheeler is still providing the most trust for me, at least of these big name pitchers. So can I play the Phillies again today, or is it just make me madder when they lose again?
Well, it will make you mad when they lose, but I think there is good reason to go back to the Phillies again today, despite, like I said, the Wheeler numbers not being great. I mean, what is it? 7 home runs in his last 5 starts. He's given up 15 earned runs over 28 2/3. The outings have been shorter. The balls have been hit harder, although the swing and miss is still coming. So maybe it's a K prop for Wheeler today. I don't know. Maybe that's an angle if you don't want to go in on the Phillies or all in on Zach Wheeler today. Maybe that's the angle, but I don't blame you for going back to the Phillies. Like, their offense isn't going to stay cold forever. They're going to snap out of it, and Mackenzie Gore may be a prime target for a breakout. So I don't blame you for that one.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like, people are going to listen to the show and they're like, weird, Chelsea's just going to play the Phillies again. Why do we even listen? But it's just, they're an easy team to fall in love with. So I was looking at, some of the props for Zach Wheeler, but it's 1.5 for his earned runs. That's the tricky part. It used to be 2.5. We used to get 2.5 for earned runs props for most of the pitchers, and now the books are like, nah, we're going to give you 1.5, and you'll hope for the best. Because, like, 2 earned runs given up, that's still a very good start. So you're not even betting on somebody to have, like, a good start or a bad start. It's like he needs to be dominant for him to hit this prop. All right, let's go on to some of these other games. We mentioned Jacob deGrom and Chris Bassett. Jacob deGrom, what are these numbers? Like, I literally questioned MLB.com. I was like, this can't be right. Like, somebody's losing their job. There's no way Jacob deGrom gave up all these runs. But if you look at the game log for his last 3 starts, okay, last one, quality start, 6 2/3, 3 earned runs. But the games against the Mariners and the Angels, 5 earned runs in each. So he's given up 13 earned runs over his last 3 starts. Should I trust this pitcher? He still has a 2.86 ERA. So on the whole, Jacob deGrom is having a good season. Today's going against the Blue Jays, though, who have been one of the best teams in all of baseball. So, like, I would say on paper, if there is a time for a bounce back start, it's probably not this one. What do we think?
That's what I looked at, too. I looked at it the same way and said, I don't know if I look for the bounce back against the Blue Jays lineup. I think, what is it? The math over the last 3 games, those 13 earned runs have come in 17 innings. So the ERA ends up blowing up to almost 7 over the last 3 starts for deGrom. 5 homers he's given up too. So I don't know. I'm not betting on the bounce back for deGrom tonight the way I bounced on the bounce back for Skubal yesterday. Maybe that's because I got burnt by Skubal yesterday. And this is part of what goes into it too, right? The day-to-day fluctuations of how I feel about my bets, and can I pull the emotions out of the handicap and look at it straight up and say, no, I'm going to bet on deGrom today because I believe that Jacob deGrom is going to have a bounce back. If it were against any other of a number of teams, I'd probably be able to do that. But something about the Blue Jays lineup and their offensive production makes me hit pause and go, no. And yes, it's combined with the emotion of getting burned on the Scooble bets yesterday. But I think even if I were being super smart about this and pulling the emotion out of it from the losses on the Scooble bets yesterday, I'd still look at DeGrom and say, no, I'm not backing him today, at least not to the point where I'm ready to put my money on it.
Yeah. All right. So how about we mentioned Framber Valdez? I know his numbers have not been great in the recent sample size, but then you look at the opposing starter for the Orioles. Brandon Young's 0-6 with a 6 ERA.
Yeah.
So it feels to me like you have to probably fade the Orioles there. Because, like, what's the case for the Orioles? Like, if you're looking at one side of the coin, you say, hey, I like the Astros. You say, okay, what's the case for the Orioles? You know, if I'm taking a look at the other side. Like, what is the case for the Orioles? I know they won some games against the Mariners, but I still don't believe in the Orioles. So I feel like if there is a bounce-back spot for the Astros, take them on the run line here.
Yeah, that would be the only case for the Orioles, is maybe they're starting to put something together because they took 2 out of 3 from Seattle, but they did it at home, and Valdez is due to bounce back after 2 tough starts. I probably do lean in on the Astros on this one. I don't know if I'll necessarily put it down for best bets at the end of the show, but this is one of those ones where, again, you're caught up in looking at the big number, Valdez 11-5 and the sub-3 ERA, and then you look at the 2 recent starts and you come back to reality and maybe find the sabotage factor, but then you come back around to the other side and say, oh, wait, yeah, it's the Orioles. And even though they took 2 out of 3 from Seattle, am I comfortable betting on the Orioles on the road at Houston? Probably not.
Okay, so my next question is, and this is me kind of thinking out loud, if it feels like this is the time of year where even the best pitchers are giving up runs, should we be formulating this into over bets? Do you get what I'm saying? Is it like maybe it has something to do with the weather being nice and these hitters have, like, you know, warmed up to the season, I suppose, and they're starting to see these pitchers more than once in a season, and we know that familiarity usually helps the hitters more than it does the pitchers. So I was looking down the slate, I was like, okay, which pitchers are due to give up some runs and which offenses can we trust to score some runs? So hear me out. Marlins and Red Sox over 9. Should we dive deeper into this one? Sandy Alcantara has not been trustworthy this year. Lucas Giolito is one of those pitchers I normally do not bet on because I feel like he either like strikes out 10 and is amazing or he gives up like 6 runs. I don't feel like he's a trustworthy pitcher, but both of these offenses statistically are pretty good. 9 is a little high for my taste. Maybe you can get an 8, like a decent price. I would have to look at it. Should I look further into the over for the Marlins and Red Sox game?
You might want to dig into that one a little bit more. The other one that I look at, there's a 7.5 on the board on that Rangers Blue Jays game that we've been talking about, because everybody goes, oh, DeGrom, Bassett. Yeah, sure.
Right.
I'll play the under on. But like we said, given the Blue Jays lineup, given DeGrom's recent struggles, maybe there's an overplay there too with a 7.5. And we've got an 8 on Phillies Nationals. If we're betting on a breakout for the Phillies offense, maybe that's an overplay. There's a couple of spots. You got Mariners Mets, which may come up later in the show because I've looked at that one a little bit. And yeah, it's Castillo, but is anybody really trusting Sean Manaea implicitly at this point? That's an 8.5. So maybe that's the play. Offenses are breaking out. It's the heat of summer. Balls are flying a little bit farther. I like that. Overs today.
Okay, so you can get a 7, over 7 for minus 145 on the Rangers and Blue Jays game.
Ooh.
What do we think?
Ooh. I really like that. I think I still like it at 7.5 too, minus 105. And not pay the price. Orioles Astros is an 8 also.
I don't like playing half numbers if I don't have to, because you can get a push at 7. It is a loss at 8. And, like, you still win, obviously, if it's under 7. I don't know. You get what I'm saying here. So I would rather pay a little bit more juice to round down, or you go for the big plus money and, you know, go for the other side of it. Not a huge fan of half numbers.
Okay. I'll accept that argument. The one game I really do have an eye on, and we'll see if I can stay up for it after getting up for this show the last few days, is Padres-Dodgers, Michael King against Clayton Kershaw. It's King's, King's second start back. He only threw 57 pitches in 2 innings last time out. You got Kershaw, who's been really good the last 2 times out. I mean, 6 innings for him at this point in his career is a long start, just 1 earned run in those 2 starts. His ERA is like 2.57 since the All-Star break, but Machado and Tatis both have good numbers against him. I don't know if I have any bets on this game, but it's one of those ones that if I'm still awake at 10 Eastern tonight, I will put on Padres-Dodgers and see how long I can last, because it should definitely be worth watching.
Yeah, that's a big game in general. The Padres are leading the NL West. I repeat, it is not the Dodgers. The Padres have a 1-game lead, so this is a big series. Should be a good one. Coming up next here on the show, time to shoot for the moon. The squad parlay comes your way next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back. We're off. We're rolling. We are heavily caffeinated, or at least I am, as I drank my third iced coffee of the morning. Chris Mack in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we will get our squad parlay rolling, and hopefully we will win one. As they say in the business, we're due. That means that we've lost a lot of these, but hopefully this is the time where we turn things around. Chris Mack, I don't see you drinking anything. Are you a big coffee guy?
Oh, yes. This is coffee in this cup. This is not whiskey or anything it shouldn't be. This is coffee, and we're getting towards the bottom of cup number 2 for the day. So I'm a lap behind, but don't worry. As soon as that caution comes out, I'll catch up.
So is it hot coffee or iced coffee? Do you have a strong preference towards either?
Unless it is 95 degrees out and I am outside, I am not disgracing my coffee with ice cubes.
Oh, that's such a boomer take, right? I feel like you can tell somebody's age.
Why is that?
By what type of coffee they drink?
Gen X. Straight black coffee, no ice. Thank you very much.
Gen X, is that even a thing? I don't think I've ever even heard of that. Is that in between? Is that after
Gen X
millennials?
It's the thing that started naming generations. Gen X.
According to who?
Late 70s, early 80s. Come on, Chelsea. What are you doing?
I feel
generation.
like
the generation of grunge and angst.
All right, let's move on, Boomer or Xer. Like, what's your nickname? Like, do people call you Xers?
No, it's just I don't know. There's no nickname.
Exactly, because nobody cares. You don't have a nickname because nobody cares about Gen X. Is what I'm standing on.
You know what? That's the way we were raised, Chelsea. We're used to nobody caring about us. We were latchkey kids, and our parents were too busy working to care about us. They've been divorced twice.
I love like the revisionist history where everybody's like, yeah, our parents didn't watch us at all, which, was partly true. But I think the world was like a different place back then. Where like now, if you're like, hey, go play down the street, like something bad will happen. Or like we've watched too much Dateline where we think something bad's going to happen.
We were raised while our parents were out working, watching unsolved mysteries by ourselves. So now we ourselves believe that around every street corner is a scary man in a van with a bag of candy, so we don't let our kids go down the street. When in fact, it's probably not any less safe than it was 30 years ago.
What's the dumbest, most illogical thing that you do out of fear? Like, I was talking to Den about this the other day, is every time I enter a bathroom with a shower curtain that's like pulled, I feel like I have to look behind it. I'm like, there's somebody standing back there. It's like, Chelsea, have there been any signs of entry in your house? No, but there could be somebody in the shower. Do you do anything unhinged like this?
I don't think I do. I think I live my life.
Do you look under your car?
No. I live my life relatively fear-free. Maybe it's just naive stupidity. But like, I just look at it as, hey, if something bad's going to happen, it's going to happen. There's nothing I can do about it.
That's what I say about like locking my doors. But my husband's like, no, Chelsea, I have my golf clubs in there. Can you please lock the doors?
Locking the doors at the end of the night has become a complete thing in our house where like I will get upstairs and my wife will ask me to recheck that all the doors are locked. Not just that the doors are locked, but now we've also got to get to the point where we double check that the freezer in the garage is shut, because one time it was left cracked open by one of the kids and everything thawed out. And like everything, is the candle out on the island in the kitchen? Can you do this? Can you check that? Can you check the? And I'm like, my God, I just want to go to sleep.
That's part of your role though. Like my husband does that. He has to lock all the doors and like do all the things to like secure the house. Because I feel like that's like a man's job. And he's the one that has like the baseball bat in the corner by the bed. Because like if somebody comes in, I'm like, no, you need to see my husband. No.
I'm sorry, you're here to rob everything. See the man with the bat.
No. We still have a man of this household. He's right over there. Go check in with him. I'm going to be here sleeping. I have to wake up super early. So just let me be.
Let me go back to sleep, please.
All right. So maybe we'll finally win one of these. And let's try our hand at it now. It's time for the show parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
All right, step right up, ladies and gentlemen, and try your hand at some big plus money. So we do this every week where each member of our staff gives a leg and we try to win a parlay. But we know how parlays work. They're very hard to hit. All right, so for me, I'm going to lead off here. We're going to go in the world of baseball, and I'm going to go with the Diamondbacks on the first 5 run line against the lowly Rockies. And I understand that the Rockies have been somewhat blacklisted from our parlays, but you got to see the numbers on this pitcher that's going for the Rockies today. My goodness, they are not good. Because Brandon Pfaadt has given up some runs, but not in the realm of Tanner Gordon. Tanner Gordon has given up 23 runs over his last 10 innings. 23 runs over his last 10 innings, including 10 earned runs against the Diamondbacks, the team that he's playing today. So I feel like it makes a lot of sense to fade the Rockies in the first 5 innings. Brandon Pfaadt at least is a decent pitcher. Over the course of the season, he has, a 5 ERA. It's not great, but still, he's not in the 8s like, our buddy Tanner Gordon. Plus, the Rockies are terrible. The total on this one's 12. So I feel like the fact that you only need the Diamondbacks to be winning by 1 run at the end of 5, I think is a steal. Plus, the Diamondbacks have been one of the best first 5 teams in all of baseball this year. In fact, they are the best team at scoring runs in the first 5 innings of baseball. So it makes a lot of sense to me. If the Rockies are a downfall, I don't care. It made too much sense not to play. All right, next up on the list, who are we going to? Who is the second leg? All right, Chris Mack, what you got for us?
That's a solid for anytime you bet against the Rockies with the first leg of a parlay. I think it feels good. I'm going to bet against the Mets, which may be next on the list for betting against teams in baseball right now to add to a parlay. Seattle money line is even money against the Mets. The Mariners, despite losing that series to the Orioles, have won 10 of their last 13 games, and I think there will be a bounce-back factor from losing that series to the Orioles. Plus, you toss in Luis Castillo on the mound against the Mets and Sean Manaea, who's given up 9 earned runs in his last 2 starts over just 9 2/3 innings. And yeah, the Mets are being the Mets. They've lost 13 of their last 15. So Seattle money line against the Mets for my leg.
Ooh, the Mariners. All right. Kenny, it looks like you're playing here. What you got for us?
Yeah, I actually was originally going to go with Chris's pick. I like that a lot. We should be fine as long as the Rizzler isn't throwing the first pitch. But
okay,
I will
explain
go
yourself. Pause. What do you mean by that? You said that. I'm what is he talking about?
The Mets seem to catch some luck off of these weird gimmicks they do. I know last year they had the grimace thing going on. They did the Hawk Tua. So I was just, making a joke. They've been playing terrible baseball. They need something. So fading the Mets is a good idea. I was going to do that, but I will go to a player prop. Bobby Witt Jr., very good at baseball. Aaron Savali, not very good pitcher. Makes sense. We know Bobby Witt, very good hitter at home. The Royals are at home today against the White Sox. So we'll go with Bobby Witt.
Bobby Witt Jr. All right, my pick for MVP this season, which I don't think he's going to win, but I still liked it. All right, Dylan, looks like it's another fight pick for the show parlay.
Yeah, had to. This week kind of stinks, though. All the fights that I really like, everybody's like minus 250 or higher, so I had to take one I'm not as confident in, but taking Brian Battle just on the money line versus Nishalt and Ruzi Boyev. I think Brian Battle, he's moving up to middleweight for this fight. He's typically a welterweight. So I think he's going to have the lighter man skill, little UFC term for you right there. And I think he's just going to take care of business. He's really tough. He's only got 2 professional losses. Ruzi Boyev, I think, has 9, and he's only 31. So I think he's taking a lot more damage over time. Give me Brian Battle on the money line, minus 160.
All right. And then finally, Denton, what are we closing it out with?
So we are going to go with the Texas Rangers on the money line against the Blue Jays. I was looking at this game, and I had the initial thought of, well, the Blue Jays are really good and you're getting them at positive value. But then I went into the BetMGM app and they tell you where the money is being bet on games up to that point, and all of the money in the world is on Toronto, whether it's the spread, the money, what have you. And if all the money is on Toronto, I am fading the public. So I'm going to go with Texas. It's a caveat that Jacob deGrom is on the mound, but I'm going to go with the Rangers.
Fading the public. I've heard a lot of people with that strategy just alone, especially in the world of the NFL. We'll see if it works out in baseball. All right, so here's the show parlay. If you were paying attention, we got the Diamondbacks in the first 5 run line over the Rockies, the Mariners on the money line against the Mets, Bobby Witt Jr. 2+ bases, Brian Battle on the money line, which, Dylan, where can people find this? Like, what tab is it under? Is it UFC?
Yeah, UFC.
Okay, just so if people actually want to place this bet, including myself, I was like, all right, is it UFC? And then finally, we're going to go with the Rangers on the money line over the Blue Jays. Total odds plus 1580. I know these odds are shorter than they once were because we don't have a ton of plus money on the card. But listen, we got to win one of these. So we will be playing conservatively until we win one. Then we can go for like the 60-1 odds. Maybe once like college football rolls around and we have more, options. Because, Chris, that's the thing. It's like when we only have a baseball slate, like how crazy can you get? Like, do you have to like take the worst teams in baseball for like some of these plus money bets? So I can't find a way around it.
We're not putting together a Rockies White Sox Pirates parlay. Like that'd get us a good number, but we're not doing it.
We ain't doing it. Because that's a great way to burn your money. Because especially in baseball, I just feel like it's not a parlay worthy sport. But listen, football's on the horizon, and we'll have some big parlays coming your way. With some big underdogs. I think especially in college football, like those are the ones that we live for. But we'll live with this one if we win it. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the show on deck, and we'll start with the biggest headlines in the NFL and how it impacts your bets. Next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. We'll be right back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
It's a Friday. Good morning. Time to get things going here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack. And this is hour 3 of the show. Good morning to our viewers on Stadium. You can catch us every single weekday on Stadium TV. You can watch on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus. All right, so over the next hour, we're going to go over the preseason games you should be watching this weekend. We'll get to Abe Gordon of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta to talk all things UGA football and maybe a little sprinkle of the Falcons, because I know there are some believers in Atlanta in the NFC South. And then we'll get to our best bets at 8:40. So some good stuff on deck. And Chris, I was just thinking, do I need to hype people up for preseason football? Or is it just one of those things where we could like lay out the worst opponents and say, well, it's preseason, it doesn't matter. And people are going to watch regardless. Like, it's so crazy what a winning game that Roger Goodell is playing, where it feels like he can do the least, the absolute least. He's like, oh, I'm going to give you a game so bad on Thursday Night Football, but you know what? You're going to watch. I feel that way about the preseason. People complain about the preseason, but what else are you watching on a Friday night? You're watching these games.
I think we watch them differently, though. Like, you know how when you watch baseball on an average weeknight, like you're not locked into every single pitch. It's just kind of on, right? And you look up every once in a while when something big happens. During a typical NFL Sunday or any NFL game, you're pretty locked in on everything that's happening. During a preseason game, though, it's kind of, oh, okay, Cam Ward's out there. Yeah, I'll watch a little bit of that. So oh, Caleb Williams. Yeah, I'll watch a little bit of that. And you're kind of watching it. You're not locked in on every play. So you're definitely watching, you're right, preseason football. You're just not quite as locked in as you may have been, especially when we get to the backups in the second half of games where it's like, I don't even know who that guy is. Why is the safety wearing number 13? Oh, okay. Is he a backup punter? It doesn't matter. It's the second half of a preseason game. And you kind of have an eye on it as opposed to being really locked in on it.
Right, and I feel like the results don't matter. Like, the end score is like the least interesting part of it, which I know sounds weird as a betting show, because a lot of people are like, well, we bet on these games, Chelsea. Well, good luck to you. I'm not going to be one of the people betting on these games. I think the best formula for watching preseason games, especially if you have a quarterback that you want to watch, DVR the game. And so you can go back and simply watch their offensive snaps. And you don't have to listen to commercials. You can fast forward through that. And there you go. You're done in like 5 minutes. Like, it's the best way to watch it. That's what I did with Cam Ward last week.
So you still have a DVR? I feel like a lot of people don't have DVRs anymore because they've pulled the plug.
It's not a physical thing.
Cut the cord.
Like, it's on YouTube TV.
Okay. But I guess the point still remains. Like, is there a lot of stuff? Because with the system that we have, like, I'm not recording a lot of stuff and going back to watch it like I used to. Like, if you have to have like the NFL Plus subscription or whatever it is, if you want to go back and watch specific parts of games.
Really? I feel like if it's airing on local TV, which, like, if it's your local team, like, you'll probably have it on local TV. Like, we have it on Channel 2 here. You can record that. Certain programs you can't record. And like, I don't normally do this. I think this is the only time I've ever used my DVR. Because, like, most things are streaming or they're on demand.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is perfect for the preseason. I'm probably going to do this with a lot of these games because you can simply watch the quarterbacks. Because can you make a case for watching the entire preseason game for any of these? Like, what would be the purpose? Like looking at their depth. But it just feels to me like the fourth quarter of preseason games, I don't care.
Aside from the occasional 70-yard field goal or other ridiculous play that you're going to get, like, you're right. There's not much reason to watch a full preseason game, especially because you're not going to get a ton of starters. In the spots where you do get starters, they're going to play a couple of series, and that's about it. I still think that this weekend in particular is all about watching to see what the young quarterbacks do or the situations that surround young quarterbacks, right? Like I listed them off earlier. Seattle plays the Chiefs tonight. I want to see what Jalen Milroe does. Tomorrow, Giants, Jets. I want to see what Jackson Dart does after Russell Wilson is out of the game. Browns, Eagles tomorrow afternoon. Dylan Gabriel, since Shedeur Sanders isn't going to play at all. Does he actually make it a competition between those two rookie quarterbacks? Caleb Williams actually playing, and does he instill some confidence in Ben Johnson and use those targets that are around it? Like I would think Colston Loveland and Luther Burden are going to play a decent bit. Does he have any kind of connection with them? All of those kind of spots are what I'm watching for. Does the Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones mess get, is it possible, any messier? Those are the kind of spots I'm looking for in week 2 of the preseason.
Yeah, I think Caleb Williams is number 1 on the big board for me. I think I'm very interested to see how he works in this offense since, the reputation for Ben Johnson offenses are that they're kind of complicated. And we've seen Caleb Williams have his up and downs in his rookie season. So we'll see if he can handle, the grasp of the reins of this offense early on in the season. I understand it's the preseason. So that's the other thing. It's how much can you really take away from this? And even if they do really amazing, you say, hey, it's the preseason. Or if they do really terribly, you say, hey, it's the preseason. But all this being said, I know it sounds like I'm being a hater of the preseason, but I will watch. And it hits like crack when somebody breaks off a big play. I'm watching the Titans game and there's a big completion to Calvin Ridley. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. And you were reminded of why you like football in the first place. So I know that we've been at haters preseason games don't matter, whatever. I will still watch it and I will still enjoy it.
Well, especially with, in that instance, Cam Ward playing, right? You are looking for hope. That's what every fan base is looking for at this point. Give me hope that what I think, give me confirmation bias, right? That what I think is possible could actually happen, please. And when you're not seeing your starting quarterback play, it's about the young guys that you think may actually have an impact. I'll use the Steelers as an example again. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play. We know what we got in Mason Rudolph at quarterback. Nobody on the defensive side of the ball is really going to play. So you end up looking at things like your young draft picks. Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa. Is he going to have more than 2 yards per carry this weekend? How much action is he going to get? Does he rip off a long run like the big plays that you're talking about? That's what you're looking for, are the young guys. Are they going to have an impact? Because that gives me hope that when they do get an opportunity in the regular season, they're going to capitalize on it and make it worth that draft pick that your favorite team spent on them.
Yeah, and I think it's a good chance to watch who these new or young quarterbacks favor when it comes to receivers. Because we see this from young quarterbacks is that they tend to have a security blanket. They're like, okay, if nobody's open, at least I can throw it to this guy. Because we've already seen it with Cam Ward. He throws to Calvin Ridley. That's going to be the connection. And Calvin Ridley's really good. And he was somebody who was really fired up last season when they were losing. And the fact that, he showed true emotion and you could tell he was visibly upset. Sometimes I think losing affects certain people more than others. And Calvin Ridley was one of those people. He was not having a good time. And he wants to produce. So the motivation is there. Him and Cam Ward clearly have a connection. So when you're watching these games for the young quarterbacks, see who they throw to. And those are the guys you should be targeting in fantasy and in props. And I will say, we will not be alienating the bettors. I understand that we personally are not betting on these preseason games, but I understand a lot of you will be. And I understand a lot of you will probably be betting on baseball today. And guess what? We've got a special promo for you over at BetMGM on Fridays. The king of the big swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb of a bonus bet into your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays now included, minimum $10 a bet, on a player or players. And if they have the longest home run of the day, win your share of $50,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in is necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays qualifying token dropped into your account to use on the first player or players you take to hit a home run every single Friday. So if you're betting on home run bets, why not do it? All right, back to these games, Chris. We've seen a recent string of overs being the play. in preseason games. And some people are beating their chests and like, oh, well, this is the play moving forward. Some of these totals are really low, 37.5, 39.5. Is this a trend that you can explain or feel confident about playing moving forward? Like, I'm looking at some of these totals and you could probably make a case for some of them. But at the end of the day, do you really want to be sweating a total with some of these four stringers in at the end of the game? No. I don't think I will be.
No. I think, look, when you see something like I look at Ravens Cowboys as an example, how many starters are going to play for either offense in that game? Especially skill position guys. Not a lot. That's why it's at 36.5. Could you bet an under and say, okay, none of these first team guys are playing on either side of the ball and feel okay about it? Yeah, maybe through the first half. But to your point, you have no idea what's going to happen when the third string get in there in the third quarter, fourth quarter, and you can lose a bet in 15 minutes, a couple drives back and forth, a couple big plays, and before you know it, you've gone over. So I'm not lining up to bet unders on some of these games. I do think there are a couple spots where, like on Monday night, for example, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, both going for the Bengals and Commanders against each other. Okay, there's a reason that total is inflated by preseason standards to 42.5. But if you're counting on getting a couple of touchdowns early, one maybe from each first team offense, well, you're already a third of the way there then. And now you're rooting for points, which I guess if you're looking for a reason to root for anything in a preseason game, it's more fun to root for points in the over than the under. But it's so hard to get a read on what's going to happen in the second half of these games that even totals, I think, are tough to get a line on and feel secure in a bet where you're going to put any significant amount of money down. So that's why even the totals and the trend that we've seen toward overs in the first week of the preseason is not necessarily something that I'm going to look to turn into a trend in week 2 of the preseason.
Yeah, I think in general, like if you want to bet on the preseason, that's fine. Just know that maybe don't bet the house on it, which you should never be doing. But be aware that maybe it's just a for fun bet as opposed to thinking, hey, I've got all my reasons for this preseason bet. No, like let's not do that. All right, so for your Steelers, what are the biggest things you'll be looking for when it comes to Pittsburgh? Because obviously we won't be seeing any of Aaron Rodgers. We won't be seeing any of a lot of the starters. But are there any real takeaways? Because I know you do a podcast on the Steelers. What's going to be the content for the show?
Well, I think it's exactly what I said. Caleb Johnson, the running back who they drafted out of Iowa. You want to see him maybe rip off a run or two. It doesn't have to be an 80-yarder, but get to the second level and break some tackles. And low-key a concern is the offensive line, not because it's expected to be bad, but because it's 4 relatively young guys surrounding a veteran left guard in Isaac Seumalo, who hasn't really practiced a lot during training camp. When you have a 41-year-old quarterback, you want to feel a good level of confidence in your offensive line. And I think given the way the Steelers' offensive line played at times last year, there's plenty of reason to feel confidence. But when you're moving one guy from right tackle to left tackle, and like I said, there's a bunch of youth and relative inexperience, you want to see those guys play together and play well. And when your run game doesn't get going and your young running back is not showing you a lot through the first few weeks of training camp and the first preseason game, that's what I think Steelers fans will have an eye on. Because, again, the quarterback situation is settled. You're not going to see Rodgers in the preseason. You want to see the offensive line play well. That's not sexy and exciting, and it's not a reason you watch a lot of preseason football. I want to see how they do on a counter and whether the left guard can get over to the other side of the ball in time to hit his wham block. No, it's not sexy stuff, but it is kind of the fundamental stuff that you want to see teams do well in the preseason so that you can feel good about things going into the regular season, even if you don't get a ton of production in these preseason games.
I think even casual fans can notice like offensive line play when it's not there it sticks out like a sore thumb. You're like, wow, that's really bad. I'm not a football analyst, but I can tell that's not good. The quarterback should have more than 1.2 seconds to throw the ball. But when it's good or even average, I think people don't notice it. It's kind of like kickers. It's just like you're expected to do your job. It's not a sexy thing, but it is an important part of the game overall. As far as rookie of the year odds go, do you think you can have actual takeaways from these preseason games? Because we've seen a limited sample size of Ashton Genty, who is one of the favorites. Shedeur Sanders is making a push, but now he's hurt, and there's a chance that he doesn't start. In fact, I don't think he starts. So maybe that is a lens in which you could watch these games through as well. Again, I think you should keep your eyes on Cam Moore, but I'm a Titans fan. Just saying he should have a lot of opportunities this year for the Titans because their depth chart is very thin at quarterback. All right, coming up next, we bring on somebody from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, Abe Gordon, to talk all things Bulldogs and college football. Next on Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
The countdown is officially on. We have, I believe, 8 days until college football starts. So, of course, we're going to get you ready for it. We have been talking to beat writers, beat reporters for all the contenders in college football. And today on the calendar, we have UGA. We're going to talk about the Bulldogs with Abe Gordon of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. So we've just been having this conversation about UGA quarterbacks. And I was saying to myself, why do I get all these guys mixed up? Like, it feels like they're all like the same quarterback to me, with the exception of like a few guys. Like, I remember Aaron Murray very vividly because I was in Columbus, Georgia, working as a TV reporter there. Also, he's the SEC career passing yards leader. So he had a very good career at Georgia, but it's just like a laundry list of all these guys that just feel like not one and dones in the sense of like they go to the NFL, but like one and dones in the fact that they don't keep the starting job. So I think a lot of people have some questions about Gunnar Stockton in that regard, because again, I feel like people try to sell us on these quarterbacks and then it just feels like maybe they don't live up to the standard. So let's bring on Abe Gordon now to talk about some of this. All right, so Abe Gordon comes to us from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, where he covers the Bulldogs, the Falcons, I'm sure the Braves a little bit. So let me start by asking you this, Abe. What's the reception and, you know, the narrative for Gunnar Stockton going into this season? Can he be a national championship worthy quarterback?
Yeah, I definitely think he can. And I also feel like the reception nationally versus locally, there's a slight difference. I think there's some hesitation here, but quite a lot of optimism locally about what Gunnar Stockton has. I think nationally, it's just hesitation. I don't think a lot of people see that this guy is a formerly highly recruited player that has been in the system for a long time and looked pretty good at times when he had to come in last year. Carson Beck got banged up once or twice. I think the key for Gunnar Stockton is you're not placing everything upon his shoulders. I just don't think you need to be necessarily a quarterback-led team. And you go back to when Stetson Bennett won 2 national championships. And look, Stetson was a great quarterback for the University of Georgia. But you look at what really won those games, it is the offensive line. It is the defensive line. If they can get back to having dominant fronts, which is something that Kirby Smart has worked all offseason in getting his guys to understand, it's not about the running backs, not about the receivers. I know we don't have Brock Bowers at tight end. Dominate the front on both sides of the ball. We're going to still win this game. And so I think for Gunnar Stockton and Chelsea, you know, like that term game manager, some people respect it. Some people hate it. They think it's annoying. Just don't lose the game if you're Gunnar Stockton, and this team's got a real good shot to make the playoffs and see what happens from there.
What is the level of confidence then, Abe, in that offensive front in particular? I think only one returning starter on the offensive line. Look, it's Georgia. They're used to replacing guys even when they lose 14 draft choices. It's just part of the program and part of life for Kirby Smart, like you said. But do they have a high level of confidence? I know Stockton's more mobile than Beck, obviously, but do they have a high level of confidence that if the line doesn't hold up, he's not going to make some of those mistakes?
Yeah, I think they do. And you're returning Drew Bobo there at center, which if you're going to return one, that's probably as important as can be. I think the fascinating thing is you look at what's going on across the NFL now, and you see guys that have left Georgia's offensive line recently make waves in camp, guys that you maybe didn't expect. Tate Ratledge is fighting for a starting position. I think that they are one of the squads that reloads instead of rebuilds. And I think that your tackle in Ernest Green on the right side is outstanding. I think he's going to get talked about as one of the best right tackles in all of college football. So I think you feel pretty good about what you have on the offensive line. And like you said, they've shipped guys to the NFL year by year by year on the offensive line, and there's always someone young, big, fast, strong that's ready to step in there. I think they feel pretty good. But I'll tell you what, there has been a real determination in camp to get physical. They felt at times they weren't good enough in the run game offensively, starting with the offensive line. And that has been really pushed and focused by Kirby Smart and the offensive staff. And I think they're going to respond in kind. I think it's going to be a big rebound year for the Georgia run game, which is not something we've had since like 2017 or 2018.
All right, so let's talk about the other side of the football and the defense, because this year especially it feels Well, every year, obviously, it's how you match up against the contenders if you're trying to win a national championship. And at the head of the class, we have some really quarterback-driven teams. You know, you have Arch Manning in Texas, which obviously we don't know too much what to expect. But the hype is real. He is the favorite to win the Heisman. Garrett Nussmeier in LSU, Drew Aller in Penn State, even though I know that's probably going to be a running back-driven team. So how is this defense, and how do you think it matches up against elite-level offenses?
Yeah, I think we've seen a shift over the last decade in college football, kind of like we've seen in the NFL, where it's more about how you defend the pass. And I think this is a team maybe has some questions in how they can stop the run, but I think they are built right now to defend the pass. You look on the backside, it's led by Dalen Everett and KJ Bolden in the secondary. I think you got an incredible group of linebackers led by CJ Allen, but Daniel Harris and Raylan Wilson there too. I think your back seven are really good. Now it's going to be about affecting the quarterback, that front four. Mykel Williams off to the NFL. Jalen Walker off to the NFL. Who's going to step up? For me, I think that guy is Christian Miller on the inside. If he comes to play and if some of the outside rushers come to play, I think it's going to be very good. But I think they are set up very well. And you mentioned Penn State, maybe not the greatest matchup against Penn State because of what they can provide, as you mentioned, in the run game. I think they're a great matchup, though, against Arch Manning, who's going to look to throw the ball, against Garrett Nussmeier, who's going to look to throw the ball. I think those are fascinating matchups because of what they can bring on the back end, more so than in recent years compared to the front end.
Abe, when you look at the schedule, the biggest games are somewhat spaced out, and relatively speaking, compared to other SEC schedules, it is somewhat soft. Which one do Georgia fans have circled on the calendar? I mean, week 3, got to go to Knoxville, although there's questions about what Tennessee is going to look like. Obviously, the Bama game a couple weeks after that, getting them at home is big. Outdoor cocktail party against Florida, there's always a chance that you jump up and get surprised by the Gators. And then Texas late in the year. Which one do Bulldogs fans look at and say, that's the one we got to have?
Yeah, and the good news compared to last year is all these big games are at home. Texas is at home. Alabama is at home. Obviously, a neutral site there for Florida and a neutral site for Georgia Tech. I think it's the Alabama game. I think they want a little bit of get back from getting jumped on early last year. And I know that game ended up being good, and Ryan Williams went nuts in the fourth quarter, and that game was that. Georgia just takes it to Texas for whatever reason. They got him twice last year, including in the SEC title game. Now they get him at home. I think they're definitely licking their chops to get their hands on Arch Manning and kind of be like, hey, this is still our conference. But I think it's that Alabama game. I do not think that Georgia handled that loss well. I think they've been sitting on it for a year. They get them back at home, and I think they're ready to chomp on them.
Talent level, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like you've been covering the team for quite a while. Where does this team stand? Like, do you have confidence that this team is a national championship contender, or do you say, hey, like, we have a good team, but it's not our best team in like the last 5 years?
Right, and obviously it's going to be tough to compare to the two national championship teams. You had so much first-round talent, especially on the defensive front, but you also had Brock Bowers, who's one of the 3 best tight ends in the NFL now, in my opinion, much less what he was in college football at the time. Stetson Bennett, while and we're kind of starting to see it develop a little bit with the Rams now, he wasn't the greatest player of all time, but he had that ability to come up big in certain moments, and I think that was important for his legacy. I think this is fascinating, Chelsea, because you've got a squad that essentially has no projected first-round picks, and I just think that's nonsense. I think there's going to be guys. It's Kirby Smart. Like, what are we doing here? Of course he's going to have first-round picks on this squad. I think what's interesting is this is probably, in my opinion, the best receiving core that Kirby has had, and they don't have a guy like Brock Bowers. I think as a group, though, this is the most explosive group of guys that they have had. I think that is going to play itself up this season. I think you're going to see Gunnar Stockton unleash the ball a little bit. It's going to help the run game as well because you have to defend like that. No, it's not their most talented team, but I think there might be strength in areas they didn't previously had strength in that cost them games. It certainly did a year ago, led the nation in drop passes. I think the receiving core comes up big for Georgia. I think they're real contenders if Gunnar Stockton develops and, as you mentioned, it can play mistake-free football in those big games.
Big Ten has won the last 2 national championships, Abe, and Penn State is being talked about as a possibility, obviously, this year to make it 3 in a row with 3 different teams winning the national championship from the Big Ten. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. The SEC definitely feels deeper, though. Is there a chance that there's any kind of cannibalization factor this year in the SEC where teams pick each other off and it maybe thins the playoff field out a year after people were making an argument for those teams on the border of the playoff? Bama, South Carolina last year, and the SEC Big Ten balance of power shifts maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I think because you have such a large playoff field that any real semblance of cannibalization kind of still goes away. I think you have an opportunity. If you're 9-3, depending on who the losses are to and what they look like, you're still probably getting in. I think you had a couple of odd scenarios last year across college football that also presented themselves, SMU running through. I think, if anything, the ACC's got to potentialize cannibalization of themselves, Clemson aside, of course. So I think it's the same discussion where the ACC may not be getting 3 teams in or 2 teams in. They may be down to 1. And, some of the other conferences, I just don't think are anywhere close to as top heavy as they were last year in the discussion. So I don't think so. I think you're going to see the cream rise to the top. And there's probably 4 or 5 SEC teams that are going to be making legitimate, serious claims to being in the playoffs. I think certainly Texas and Georgia are at least 2 of those 5. I think then you've got a group of like Alabama and LSU, South Carolina, and maybe outside shots with like Ole Miss and Florida. But I think it'll be pretty obvious by the time we're 12 games into this season who the real threats are and who aren't.
All right, so switching gears a bit. So you cover the Falcons as well. And I feel like they're an interesting team in the fact that they have 2 serviceable quarterbacks, 2 good quarterbacks. We've seen some flashes from Michael Penix Jr. We know Kirk Cousins, is a veteran quarterback, and he's also a year removed from like the year that he was coming off of a major surgery. So I think the win total set at 7.5 for the Falcons. What's the feeling on Atlanta this year? Do the fans believe in this team?
Yeah, they do. They really do. And they're seeing stuff at training camp. And last year, the training camp was closed. And so fans didn't really get a good look. And this year, with the exception of a couple days, the weather has been great out there. And fans have been up on the hill there at Flowery Branch. And they're seeing some things that surprised even me, if we're going to be honest. I got to start with Drake London. Like, we all know this guy's good. I hesitate to use the term unstoppable, unguardable, but he has looked that way in camp. He's been tearing up the Falcons secondary, including All-Pro Jesse Bates. He tore up the Titans secondary in joint practices this week. He's due for a huge season. You see the way that Bijan Robinson is talking about himself and others are talking about him. He's due for a huge season, potentially the best season of any running back this year in the NFL. And again, we talked about taking pressure off of Gunnar Stockton, lightening what the ask is for him at Georgia. I think you're trying to do the same with Michael Penix. Penix has a ton of tools, but the experience at the NFL level is still up for debate, right? Only 3 games in not some great performances last year, but not everything was perfect for him either. And so, but 7 games, like you look at their schedule, you look at the NFC South, you look at what this team has, you look at what they devoted defensively. And I think that's what has most fans excited. You add Leonard Floyd, you spend 2 first-round picks on SEC pass rushers, and one of them being from Georgia and Jalen Walker, which is a whole different discussion we had down here about the Falcons never drafting Georgia players at the top of the draft. It just feels like it's starting to come together. Last year, you felt pretty good offensively. It was a disaster on defense. Now you're starting to say, hey, if we can ramp up this pass rush at all, they're going to be a real problem because they're going to score somewhere close to 26, 27 points a game. Like, that's the expectation, is that they're one of 5, 7, 10 best offenses in the NFL. If they could just be average on defense, they're going to win a lot of games, especially in the NFC South. I think people are looking at 10, 11 wins as pretty expected.
Ooh. All right. So we have like 30 seconds. So this needs to be quick. But this question, is Kyle Pitts ever going to live up to expectations? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. First off, no, because you're the 4th overall draft pick. So just as a tight end, the answer is always going to be no, unless you're maybe like Brock Bowers. But I do think he looks as good as he's ever looked coming into this year. We got to see it in the game. Like just seeing it in training camp does not matter anymore. We have to see it week 1 and beyond. So who knows?
I feel like that's how you like rile up fantasy football people. Is just say the word Kyle Pitts and they're like, "Oh, Kyle Pitts." All right. Well, great insight today from Abe Gordon. He is of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Good luck to your Bulldogs, to your Falcons, and all things Atlanta. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, coming up next on the show, we'll give you our best bets of the entire slate. It's coming up next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. Time to land the plane. Final segment of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. In a few mere moments, we'll get to our favorite plays of the day as we hand out our best bets. All right, so we've been laughing during the break because, we're a betting show, so I feel like the need to put odds on everything. If you told me Haley Joel Osment, who is the little boy in The Sixth Sense that says, I see dead people, would have a resurgence this year and play, a major role in a major motion picture, I would have put, plus 3,500 odds on that. I don't know what he's been up to, but I thought that he was retired from acting. I hadn't seen him in quite some time, but he was one of the main characters in Happy Gilmore 2. I don't know how he landed this role, but there he was.
Was he, though? This is like a tree falling in the
Yes.
forest if no one is there to see it. Does it really make a noise? I've watched the movie. I had no idea he was in it. And,
he's in it.
Or that
Do
he's
you not
one of the
believe me?
main... No, I believe you. I believe you. I guess my point is, did anybody realize that was Haley Joel Osment if they didn't, read the credits at the end of the movie? I had no idea that was him.
He looks... Do you remember, it's not Tool Time. What was it, Home Improvement? Do you remember Al on Home Improvement?
Yeah.
That's what he looks like now. I was like, wow,
Richard
is that
Karn,
Al's son?
Also fourth string Family Feud host. He's way down the depth chart as far as Family Feud hosts go. There's Steve
What a
Harvey.
pull.
There's Richard Dawson. There's Ray Combs. And then way down the list is Richard Karn. He's your camp arm if you're talking about an all-time ranking of Family Feud hosts.
I can't believe you knew what his actual name was, so credit to you for that. But when I first saw pictures of the premiere of Happy Gilmore 2, I saw Haley Joel Osment. I was like, wow, do they feel bad for him and be like, hey, you need to get your name out there. Why don't you go to this premiere? Little did I know he was actually in the movie. So good for him. A resurgence. You love to see it happen. I think we all root for people to have comebacks. Like Lindsay Lohan, this run that she's on. She looks great. She had something done. She's like, I've been drinking a lot of water. All right, Lindsay, you have a different face. But you love to see it.
Maybe it's just cutting back
I like
on the
seeing a
drugs.
comeback.
Maybe that's what helped.
Her face is a different shape. That's like Tom Brady saying he hasn't had anything done. Tom Brady, his teeth are so big. That's the problem. He is so good looking, but the first thing you see are his teeth now. Am I wrong?
Is that just because his face is so sunken in at this point that it makes his teeth look bigger?
No, but he has huge teeth. They're clearly veneers. He didn't have those when he was playing.
Yeah.
Right?
Why do we
for the dynasty?
Here's a question for it. Why do we judge celebrities when they get work when they obviously get work done? They have the money.
I'm not judging them.
It's their job, kind of.
I'm saying don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Isn't that the
Okay,
phrase?
Yeah.
Don't sell to middle America. Be like, if you drink water and make healthy choices, you can look like me. No, you can't. They have the best plastic surgeon in all of Hollywood. It's going to cost you $250,000 to look like this person. Don't sell us that dream.
Okay. I'll get on board with that sentiment.
Look at Tom Brady's face. You don't think he's had anything done? He definitely has Botox. He definitely has veneers.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. This happens a lot in our house anyway, where my wife will see a famous person on TV or on Instagram as she's scrolling through, and she's like, she's definitely had work done. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Because maybe they just lost a little weight, or they did this, or they did that. She's like, no, look at this and look at that. And I'm like, okay. Again, maybe I am just naively innocent and don't sit back and look at it that way. Maybe I'm just dumb.
I think women know. Women know because we're the ones that have to look into it. Because here's the other thing. You get judged either way. If you don't do things,
True.
People are like, oh my God, she's let herself go. And then if you do things, people are like, oh my God, I missed your old face. I'm like, listen, if I had my old face, you wouldn't like it. Trust me. So it's just like you're going to get judged no matter what based on your face. But I didn't think this would be a discussion we'd have about an NFL quarterback, right? Because I think Tom Brady's the only one that feels very invested in his appearance. Like, who else does? Aaron Rodgers threw in the towel. Like, I know he's super in on wellness, but I think he is actively trying to make himself look older.
I think you get to a certain you get past the break point and there's not much you can do. It not that like you said, famous people can't get work done, but like you're not doing it. Once you get to a certain point with like gray hair, for example, like you're not doing anything about it. Because if you do, it's going to look even weirder, right? If all of a sudden I come in tomorrow with jet black hair and all these grays on my temples are gone, it's going to be like, that's weird. What'd you do? So Aaron Rodgers, in that example anyway, is like, I got some gray beard hairs. I'm going to just let it go.
Yeah, but it's like the neck beard. Like, it looks like he hasn't shaved in a while. Because, like, a beard is fine, but, like, the neck beard grosses me out. Like, you got to do something about that. The neck
beard is bad. We had a kid in high school. Hey, shout out to JJ Kelly. I'm sure he's a big BetMGM fan.
Name drop.
He literally, totally. In high school, he couldn't grow the actual facial hair. He just had the neck beard. To the extent that that's what we called him. We just called him neck beard. And it was gross. It was creepy.
The Neard. He should be a member of like the Golden State Warriors. I feel like all time, like everybody who plays for the Warriors has terrible facial hair. Like including Steph Curry. It's like,
yeah.
Can he grow one? No, but he's going to try to. And it's just absolutely terrible.
He's going to try real hard. Good for him.
Steph Curry's probably always going to look like 30. Like, I feel like he has such a baby face. Like, if we're talking about aging, like, athletes, I think he's probably going to age pretty well because he's always looked so young.
And if he continues to look young, you know what you're going to say about him? He had work done.
No! There's a difference, Chris Mack. There is a difference.
Okay.
All right, so I guess judgment hour is over here on the Daily Tip. I guess we'll move on to best bets before we just, by name, call out people and judge them for their appearance. We're nice people, we promise. All right, so it's time now to tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, so I'll bat lead off here. This feels like a bet that I have to make. And I understand the Rockies have cost us a lot of money. They, for some reason, win the games that we bet against them. So hopefully that does not continue here. But I'm going to be taking the Diamondbacks in the first 5 innings on the run line against the Rockies today. From the top, the Diamondbacks are the best first 5 inning team in all of baseball, averaging over 3 runs a game. So their offense really churns in the first 5 innings of play. So we start from there. Then we go to the starting pitcher matchup. Tanner Gordon, who's going for the Rockies today, just pitched against the Diamondbacks and gave up 10 earned runs. 10 earned runs, double-digit runs. And if you look over his last 3 starts, he has given up 23 earned runs over 10 2/3 innings of work. So it's not been a great stretch for Tanner Gordon. Meanwhile, you look at Brandon Pfaadt, and I understand you look at his numbers. You say, oh, these are mediocre numbers. 5 innings, 3 earned runs against the Rockies. Well, that's a hell of a lot better than giving up a 10 spot when you pitch against somebody. So the better offense, the better starting pitcher, and we just saw this matchup. So let's go the Diamondbacks in the first 5 on the run line at -140. All right, Chris, you next. What's your favorite bet of the day?
Favorite is the one I included in our squad parlay an hour ago. It is the Mariners money line against the Mets. I know the Mariners are coming off the series loss in Baltimore. I think we get a bounce back factor, though, and they have won 10 of their last 13, and they got Luis Castillo on the mound against the flailing Mets, who have lost 13 of 15 now, and send Sean Manaea out there, who's given up 9 earned runs in his last 9 2/3 innings. So Seattle on the money line. And then I think I've come around to the idea of keeping Framber Valdez in the circle of trust. I know the last 2 starts have been rough, but I think he bounces back against the Orioles at home today. So, yeah, give me Seattle money line and Astros run line, -105. Those are my best bets for tonight.
I considered the Astros today. I think that's like my number 2 bet, but it's not going to be official for me because I don't want to sweat multiple bets tonight. So it's just going to be the one for me, but I do like the Astros tonight. All right, coming up next on Bet Sweats, Kate Constable and Sean Little, continue the Bet Sweats NFL preview with the Bengals and give their best plays of the weekend. So speak of the devil, Kate Constable joining us now. All right, Kate. So what's your overall read on the Bengals? Should I trust them yet again this year? It feels like a team every single year. I'm like, oh, yeah, the Bengals at this price? Count me in. You can sell me on the Bengals pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Chelsea, which makes me nervous. I think you can sell me on the Bengals offense. It's just, what does this defense do? Can Al Golden, give this defense a boost after Lou Anarumo is let go? Those are my questions. And I mean, I think Trey Hendrickson has to be on the field if this team is going to be a playoff team at all, or go over their win total, really.
Yeah, it feels like they're on the precipice of disaster on the defensive side of the ball. If Hendrickson decides to continue to hold out, there's really nothing else on that side of the ball. And yeah, Burrow, Chase, Higgins, they can score 30 points every week, but if they're losing every game 35-31,
not good.
That's a 9-win team.
Steelers winning more games than the Bengals this year?
Oh boy. I'll cop out and say they both go 10-7. How about that?
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah, that seems fair. Kate, have you seen this video circulating of Joe Burrow refusing to sign an autograph? But listen, context matters here. I think it's like the middle of the night, and there's this pack of people. Somebody's alarm's going off. I don't know whose that is. Have you seen this video?
I have a very important phone call that I have to take right now, quick, so I gotta go.
Oh, all right. We've been big leagued by Kate Constable. I think this is a first on the show.
Hello.
All right. Well, that's gonna do it for our show. Have a
perfect end of the
weekend. Great. It's fine. Everybody's big leaguing us. All right. For me, Chelsea Messenger, for Chris Mack, have a great Friday. We'll see you bright and early Monday morning here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome into Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He is Sean Little. I'm Kate Constable. We're in for Joe and Sam, who've been off the entire week. Guys are slacking this close to the football season. But Sean and I have you covered today. We'll talk Bengals today on our countdown to kickoff series as we continue that. We'll also talk to Colby Marcio of Betting News, get his thoughts on some Major League Baseball plays today. And then Parker Fleming joins us at the 11 a.m. Eastern hour. We'll dive into some college football talk. Plenty to get to on this Friday morning. Sean, how we doing? Getting ready for the weekend?
Absolutely fabulous. Looking forward to the weekend. We talked about the Aaron Waters show. Lots of stuff to do. Football's 20 days away. What else do you want? I think the dog days of summer are officially done. The Premier League starts today. Yep. I'm excited about that. Liverpool, 2 p.m. Central here in Chicago. So the sports is back, baby. We're ready to go.
Speaking of the Aaron Waters show, Sean, for those listening that don't live in the Chicagoland area, it's just a bunch of military planes, fighter jets that just go zooming past. Well, I live right in the area that all this is happening. So if we hear any throughout the show today, I'll probably be a little alarmed, but we'll just kind of have to work through it. I went on the rooftop of my building yesterday, Sean, to watch some of them after the show got off. They're so loud and so close. It was like freaking me out. I almost every time they came around, I just like shuddered. Felt like I was going to drop my phone over the balcony. It was not ideal, but it's actually so cool.
It's so cool. You just don't see fighter jets with the backdrop of major cities. I think that's like the coolest part, right? They're practicing, they're bending around the Sears Tower and going downtown and then reforming together on the lakefront. It's actually a really, really cool, special time in the city. Be careful on Lakeshore Drive. Be careful on 9094. Don't get in an accident rubbernecking, trying to look at fighter jets on the way to your destination because you will run into the person in front of you. But enjoy it. Go to the lakefront this weekend. It's a really cool time. And for a time in society when everything is extremely expensive, go pack a little cooler with whatever you'd like, water or a little white wine, a little whatever you sip on. Put a sandwich in there. Costs you $20. You can go sit down, relax with the buddies, and watch some fighter jets on the lakefront. It's a really cool time.
Nice little cheap afternoon date. You know, you can do all sorts of things with it.
Exactly. Really good date idea, actually.
It is actually a very good date. It would have to be like a day date because I guess practice today is going on again because the actual event is Saturday, Sunday. But like practice is just as good as the actual event. I think they're doing their entire routine today. I don't know what would you call that? Performance, I suppose.
Yeah, a little dry run through, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not a bad if you are lucky enough to have the afternoon off, I would suggest going today instead of tomorrow because it's going to be jammed tomorrow and Sunday. So if you only have one day and you want to pick one day, if you can get off this afternoon, you'll see everything you need to see and it'll be a lot less crowded, and then you could enjoy the rest of the weekend doing other stuff.
And for those of you who do not live in the Chicago area, take a trip this weekend. It's actually pretty cool. Worth it. Chicago in the summer, even August. The temperatures are a little bit better right now. It is the best. We will dive into some Major League Baseball scores yesterday and recap what happened on the diamond. But there's another diamond that we need a little recap on. The kickball diamond. This has been going on all summer, really. But the past couple days on this show, Jake Hassan, our board op, kickball championship, this as of yesterday. He was on the IR a couple days going into Thursday's game. Doubtful, moved to probable, moved to active. He was in. Jake, how did the night end up? Did we take home a title?
I don't want to talk about it.
Uh-oh, that's no good. You lost your first game, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I showed up.
Jake.
I showed up just in time. If people were listening earlier in the week, everybody knows that I was going to miss the first game, which was the quarterfinal. And I was full faith in my team that they would be able to win and get us to the semis against my hated rivals, which if we won that, we would have went to the championship. Not great. Not awesome. We are back in the boot. Because I don't need to play anything. My athletic career is over for the winter, fall. As far as I'm concerned, it might as well be 20 degrees outside. I don't care anymore. My life has no meaning. The worst part, guys, about yesterday is I showed up and I walked to the field, and the first game was still happening. The game was tied. I showed up just in time to see my team get walked off.
Oh man.
I arrived just in time to see the winning run from the opposing team cross the plate and watch the other team celebrate. Wasn't awesome. Not what we wanted. It be like that.
What was the walk-off hit like? Was it a homer? What was it? Did they
No,
have an error in the
it
field?
was It was nothing you could do. It was one out, people on second and third. It was a pop fly to the deep outfield. It would have been a sac fly. Just nothing you could. It's very hard. I have seen a person get thrown out from the outfield at home plate one time in my life. Our friend Kevin Lapka, who was an athletic freak, so of course it was him. That was a year ago. He is no longer on the team because I have to teach base camp fitness. Shut up, dude. Whatever. Anyway, I'm not bitter. It's fine. So, yeah, it's not great. The team did not take it super well. There was talks of a fall ball league to get our revenge. There was talks of a volleyball league for the fall. We'll see. Right now, we're licking our wounds. I was very confident that I would be able to play and be out of this damn thing on my foot. I still think I would have played. I would have pushed through, would have persevered. Unfortunately, never got the option. So is what it is. We look forward to 2026.
What was the final score?
4-3.
Oh wow,
that's rough.
Yeah,
a low scoring one. How many beers were consumed after? Because you guys, I know it's not a celebration, but like you got to go out and like have
postmortem. Yeah. Yeah, there was a table that was that was taken at Lottie's for the team. Immediately 5 buckets were ordered. So kind of got into, but that's what happens when you have a 6:15 game. You lose. It's over at 6:50. You stand by the field because we watched the beginning of the next game just to really hate ourselves because we're all masochists. And then you're at the bar at 7 and you're there for at least a couple hours. The server knows us. She goes, "Did you guys win?" "No, we're here right now. Of course we didn't win." And then you get to see a couple hours after you sit down, the winning team walk past with their championship shirts because of course they wore them to the bar. I would have done the same thing. So that just really rubs salt in the wound. And then you get a round of shots, you get a couple more buckets. It happens. It's just I'm now 1-5 in the playoffs in my career. Really awesome. Really, really, really
1-5?
Yep.
Jake.
Hey, at least the one was a championship, though.
Yeah. So the mortal enemy that you lost to in the semis, they went on to win the title?
We didn't even get a chance to play them, Kate. We didn't even get a chance.
Didn't?
No, we would have played them in the semis. But, yep, they went on to win. And honestly, we were sitting there watching the semi game, again, because we're masochists and we had to rub salt in our own wounds. They weren't even that good. We could have won. It's just – I hate my life.
Does the same roster stay together next year? Or are you guys already looking to make some moves? Like,
I'm going to be super honest, Kate, because none of them listen to this show for sure, so it's fine. We're going to trim some fat. Well, there's going to be some fat that needs to be trimmed. There's going to be some roster turnover. We had 15 people on the team this year. Way too many. I would like to live in that 11 to 12 range. That would be better, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. So there's going to be some fat that gets trimmed. The front office has already started working on what we want to do, and the front office is me. So we've already started looking ahead to 2026. It's going to be a long, cold winter, but we will be back. This is not.
I will say, as I mentioned yesterday, there's a park across the street from my place, and there's a lot of men's softball, co-ed softball. So I'll go wander over sometimes and just relax, go sit on the bench and watch. And the amount of people that can't catch that are playing in these leagues is absurd. And for some reason, they're all in the outfield. Every time a ball goes up in the air, it's like an extravaganza of what's going to happen. Drop balls, people trying to tag, people trying to get back. Like, isn't the number one thing you're looking for, Jay, is a guy that could catch or a girl that could catch? That's like number one.
Honestly, defense fundamentals. That's what we look for. I would love, honestly, baseball IQ. That's just what I look for. It's just people who know their position. That's all it is. This one guy. I show up to the park, and as soon as I saw this guy, I knew we were in for a bad time. And I showed up in the middle of the game, towards the end of the game. This guy's wearing a cast. He's on his arm, which I showed up in a boot, so I guess stones, glass houses, etc. But this guy's got pit vipers on, the backwards hat, which again, stones, glass houses. But he slid into second base in a kickball game. Dude, come on. Get a grip. What are we talking about here? I know it's a tie game. I'm a competitive person. I get it. Why you sliding in shorts on a dirt field? Get a grip. But I'm fine. Aggressive. I'm super well adjusted.
Something tells me you would go head first into home if the title was on the line, though.
Oh, Sean, if it was to win, to walk off, I would have been Pete Rose. I would have been in the air. Which has happened. I've seen people on my own team, not me, but I've seen other people dive head first to score a run. So it happens. But in this instance, this guy's just, okay, fair call out. If it was me in that situation, probably would have done the same thing. But it wasn't, and I lost. So I get to be bitter. It's, losers' rights.
All right. Well, yeah. Fair if you want to be quiet and sad on the show today. Actually, no, that's not fair. Get over it. You can be sad, but this is work. So put on your happy
I'll see you guys for the 2-minute drill in a couple hours.
Yeah. I'm sorry though, Jake. That's rough. I was really rooting for you. That's
hitting send on that tweet that I didn't even get a chance to play. It hurt my soul. At Jake _Hassan, by the way, HASAN. But yeah, not awesome. It'd be like that. you just got to lock in. Can't wait to host You Better You Bet later. Bet for the cycle. That's all I have tomorrow. It's all I have looking forward to in my life. At least I have therapy tomorrow. So
there you go. You can get it all out.
And Vladdy hit that 2-run homer for you yesterday.
That is true. At least the Blue Jays won. That was big. We needed that.
Yeah. Blue Jays 2-1 over the Cubs. Cubbies in that ninth inning. Chance to tie it. It was Sean. That was awful. The at-bats was not great at all. So Cubs, despite winning, 2 days ago, couldn't win the series. Blue Jays take that series. Tarek Skubal yesterday, I was on his strikeouts over. Yeah, not even close. Finished with 3 strikeouts. He was fine. 7 innings, 3 earned runs. Probably dead for MVP. 100-1 right now. Judge minus 275. Jake, did you have a Skubal MVP ticket? Because that's probably dead for MVP is the quote I'm reading from our rundown right now, which makes it sound like Jake is also pretty sad about that.
Yeah, gee, wonder who wrote the rundown. Really good job by them. So, okay, here's the thing when it comes to MVP. Like, I took a flyer on Skubal when Judge went on the injured list 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, 3 weeks ago. Just because, to me, Cal Raleigh isn't in second. And maybe now he is because Skubal wasn't great yesterday. But at the time, Skubal was 80-1. I wasn't a huge believer in Cal Raleigh. I know he's hitting a bunch of home runs, and that's great, but he's also hitting 240. I'll give you guys one. Like, I'll pose this question to you guys. I'll give you guys one guess of the last time Cal Raleigh hit a double. And I'll just, because we're running up against it, so I'll just, spoil it. June 27th was the last time that Cal Raleigh hit a double. Wow. It's August 15th today, and he didn't even play yesterday. And, oh, by the way, he pinch hit with the game on the line last night or yesterday afternoon, and he walked. Like, he wasn't able to win the game for the Mariners. So, to me, at the time, Cal Raleigh was the guy I was trying to beat. Because if we remember, when Judge went on the injured list, Cal Raleigh got out to like a minus 200 favorite for AL MVP. Of course, people bet Judge all the way the other way because it was plus money. So, to me, and I was having this conversation with Femi Abebefe of You Better You Bet fame yesterday, that I think it's just right. I think Judge probably just wins. But now, like, there were people, and we'll talk to Colby Marshall later too, and he had the same thing. He bet a little Skubal MVP earlier in the year as well. So it was a flyer. It wasn't a big position. It was Miller High Life money. It wasn't super crazy. It was just a little, hey, let's take a shot. And now he was mediocre last night. It's probably just Judge. People can get fatigued and talk themselves into Jose Ramirez or Bobby Witt Jr., but at this point, the market's telling you it's just going to be Judge.
I think Raleigh gets a little more credit for catching every day, though. That's the thing, too, where he does play a lot of D. How much is that worth? I don't know, but I think he deserves some love for that.
Matthew Stafford still not practicing. Jordan Love having surgery. Will be ready for week 1, though. We'll dive into some more of those NFL topics as the show goes on. Mets lose to the Braves yesterday. They've now lost 13 of their last 15. It is not good for that New York team. Coming up next, countdown to kickoff, Cincinnati Bengals edition. Next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Happy Friday. Thanks for joining us to kick off your weekend here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. I'm Kate Constable. He's Sean Little in for Sam and Joe today. We will continue our countdown to kickoff. Yesterday, we talked about the Denver Broncos. If you missed any of that and want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Everything from the show cut up all nicely in podcast form. Just search Bet Sweats wherever you get your podcast. Same thing for today's topic with the Cincinnati Bengals. If you missed any of that, can obviously go back and listen to that again. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball coming up in about 20 minutes, today's card, and then continue that conversation with Colby Marcio of Betting News at the top of the hour. Sean, the sentiment around the Cincinnati Bengals this year, I think it's kind of a consensus across the board in that Joe Burrow's awesome. He's got great receivers, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. That offense can be electric, but the defense is what's going to hold them back this year from, I don't want to say making the playoffs. I think that could be a possibility, but winning the division, winning a AFC title, winning a Super Bowl. I don't think you can do that with this defense.
Absolutely, dead on. I think we saw, you know what a great example of a playoff team with no defense looks like with an unbelievable offense? The Detroit Lions. That's what we saw towards the end of the year last season, where we knew they were going to score a lot of points, but they couldn't get a stop down the stretch. And it wasn't of their own doing, just a lot of unlucky injuries. Hutchinson started kicking it off in the middle of the season when he went down for the remainder of the year. I think at some point in his career, he's going to win DPOY. I had a ticket on him to win DPOY last year. He was going to be right there in the thick of it. But as an offensive unit, no matter how good you are, if you are under pressure and feel the pressure of having to go out and not get three, we're not talking about getting points. We're talking about scoring touchdowns on damn near every drive you go out. It's a little too much to handle, especially when we start playing some of the better teams in the NFL come playoff time in the AFC. So it gets very, very difficult to balance that. And no matter how good Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are, I think it's too tall of an order for them to make a real deep run. And on the flip side, you see a squad like the Chiefs, they're thinking the exact opposite. As long as we don't make any mistakes offensively, which Pat doesn't do, especially in crunch time, we're going to win. Our defense is going to keep us in the game. And when Chris Jones needs to get a pressure, he will. So that's the dichotomy of both. So, yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly that Joe, no matter how good he is, they have to score every possession. And now they're in contract talks with their best player on defense who led the league in sacks. So I don't see it getting any better. And they look just as poor against a second-string offense in their first preseason game against the Eagles. So tough spot for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Is there any quarterback that's asked to do more with less? Like, Joe Burrow has never had a top 20 offensive line. The run game since 2021 for Cincinnati, bottom 3 in success rate, in yards per carry. He gets no help. Yet last year, he went out and set career highs in completions and attempts and yards and touchdowns. Like, I almost feel like Joe Burrow is an MVP candidate. We know he's an MVP caliber quarterback, but because he's asked to do so much with so little, and we're not just talking defense here, like the offensive line for Cincinnati this year is not that great. He was pressured, I want to say, more than any player within the first 2.5 seconds of snapping the ball. Like, opposing defenses are getting pressure on him immediately, and he still goes out there and puts up the numbers that we saw last year, which is just absolutely insane. So is there a reason to think that Burrow could be an MVP candidate again this year?
Yeah, of course. I think he wins MVP if they could get to 10, 11 wins. Flat out, the truth of it all is no matter what numbers you put up, if you don't have the wins when it comes to a lot of these awards, you're not going to get the nod, regardless of if they are numbers that we've never seen before. It doesn't matter.
That was
You have
last
to
year,
win
Sean.
games. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Burrow's
So,
last year led the league in pretty much everything.
yeah, I mean, Jamar Chase wins the Triple Crown and wins no awards.
Yeah.
So, like, this is like that. They had a Triple Crown winner, a quarterback with the best numbers, and Trey Hendrickson led the league in pressures at 92. He had 17 and a half sacks. His quarterback pressure rate when he's lined up was 19%. That is absurd. Myles Garrett's at 18.6%. Daniil Hunter's at 19.1%. Michael Parsons, another guy, 19.1%. But that's about the top end of the funnel. So, yeah, you need wins to win these awards, and not having Trey back, not having any improvement, any additions outside of bringing Trey back and hopefully getting him back in the fold for the defense. I just don't see any change. I will say, Kate, what do you think? Because Burrow was very boisterous about, I need T. Higgins back. I need Jamar Chase back. I need those guys back no matter what. You start to run out of money at some point. Do you side with Joe, or do you give the team a little bit of credit where it's like, yeah, you're asking us to put together a top D with absolutely not a lot of wiggle room?
Well, I think that's part of what's going on with Trey Hendrickson and him not getting exactly what he wants out of that contract because they've invested so much into the offense. But if you're the front office for the Bengals, how do you say no to Joe Burrow, who is the one that wins you games? If he says, I need these pieces on offense in order to be successful, I feel like you have to adhere to that. That obviously creates an issue, which is what they have right now, in that, okay, sure, your offense is phenomenal, but your defense is lacking. So there is a fine line or a balance that I think some other teams have mastered a little bit better. Like, could they have let T. Higgins walk and brought in someone a little bit cheaper, maybe a little less talented? Does that have the same chemistry with Joe Burrow? Like, then that offense looks different because you don't have the tandem of Chase and Higgins, and that being so difficult for opposing defenses to defend both of those players versus just being able to take away Jamar Chase. So I kind of understand them wanting to listen to Burrow and Burrow getting everything he wants in all of this. But I also think part of that is Burrow probably wants a defense to help him out on offense, so he's not asked to do anything. So it's all just like a snowball effect that I don't know the right way to do it. But I think when you have a quarterback like if Pat Mahomes goes to the front office in Kansas City and says, I want this guy on offense with me, like, they're probably going to give it to him, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Right. So it's a really tough spot. And I'm a big proponent of including your superstar players in all discussions. It's always mind-boggling to me when you hear guys come out that are sincerely the face of the franchise saying, I had no idea this was going to happen. I had no idea that I even talked to this player. So that always is insane to me because you want to make sure those guys are always extremely happy at all times. So, yeah, I agree with you. Another number that a lot of people don't talk about, of Trey Hendrickson's 17 and a half sacks, 10 of them came in the fourth quarter. No one else is close to that. More than like 65% of his sacks are coming in the fourth quarter. To give you an example, the closest person in the fourth after Trey is Nick Bonita at 7. But like, if we go down to TJ Watt, 4 sacks in the fourth quarter. Hendrickson had 10. He's showing up in a major way when you need him. It's a guy that has been disrespected a lot of his career, if we're being completely honest. When we talk about edge rushers, it's Micah. It was Daniil Hunter for a stretch when he was in Minnesota. It's Max Crosby. It's TJ Watt. And Hendrickson continues to put up big numbers and never really gets mentioned throughout his career. If you go look at the numbers, they're just as good as TJ's in a lot of these seasons. So, yeah, I feel for Hendrickson, and I agree with him that he should get his money. I hope he does. But if you peel him off of an already horrendous defense, I don't know where they go without Trey.
Yeah. The defense is bottom in the league, dead last without Trey Hendrickson, and pressure rate, completion rate allowed, success rate allowed, passer rating allowed. With him on the field, they're top 12. If they can get him on the field, this is a team that will go over their win total. I still think they have a slight chance to go over their win total regardless, but they are a team that I think could win the division, win the AFC. I'm not sure I'd go quite as far as Super Bowl, just because when you get to the Super Bowl, I think you're going to be facing another team with a dominant defense. And even with Trey Hendrickson, I don't think you can call this defense dominant. But I certainly think if he's on the field, they can win a ton of games and compete for the division, the AFC, all of that good stuff, which in fact, the AFC North, to win that, the Bengals are plus 260 to have the number 1 seed in the AFC, 12-1 to win the AFC, 10-1 in Super Bowl, 20-1. Their win total 9.5. It is juice minus 140 to the over, which is surprising to me, Sean, because their schedule isn't all that easy this year. It's a little bit more difficult than last season. And we just sat here for the last, 7 minutes and talked about how terrible this defense is and how do you win games with a defense like that. And yet the public, the majority of bettors right now is thinking that they're going to win 10 games. And for some reason, I'm on the same side as that. I think they win 10 games as well.
It's just the trust in Joe Burrow is going to be a lot of it. I mean, and I do believe they are taking a little bit of this poor start to heart. Burrow getting snaps, playing that first quarter against the Eagles in the first preseason, expected to play a little bit more the rest of the season. But those first 2 weeks also help. They're at Cleveland. That's a win. Should be a win. I said that last year when they went to New England. And I was like, oh, that should be a win. That's a free W, and they lost. So
knocked everyone out of Survivor that week.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no free W's in the league. But at Cleveland should be a win. We don't even know who's playing quarterback for Cleveland. Jags at home opener, 12 noon in Central Time, should be a W. And then you go to Minnesota, who's JJ McCarthy. Still a lot of questions about that. So you could start the season potentially 3-0 before you have to go to Denver and play the Broncos on looks like Monday Night Football at 7:15, 9:29. So if they get off to a good start, go 3-0, yeah, that 10-plus wins is in the realm. And we know Joe is going to be up to go to Baltimore. He's going to be up to go to Pittsburgh. He's a gamer. Okay, you know when I knew Joe Burrow was different? I don't know if you might not remember this. I want to say it was his rookie year. He was playing the Bears. He threw 3 straight interceptions on 3 straight pass attempts. Went out, threw an interception, got back on the field, first play, threw an interception. I think a turnover happened. He got it back. Very next play, threw a pick. And they cut to him on the sideline. Didn't look upset.
Not fazed at all.
Not fazed at all. And I was like, this guy is just different. This is a different dude. And he ended up playing the rest of the game extremely well. I can't remember if they came back and won, but the Bears ended up getting the W, but he played really well and almost brought them back. And so many other rookie quarterbacks crumble in that spot and just continue to compound mistakes. Joe was unfazed and came right back out and continued to throw the ball like nothing happened. And I was like, oh man, this dude seems very, very composed for being a rookie in the NFL. And obviously the next couple of years, he goes on to put together some really good stretches, a Super Bowl appearance and whatnot. So yeah, Joe Burrow's that guy. I mean, remember, he blows out his knee, comes back, no problem, not scared to step up in the pocket, just not fazed, mentally on a different planet. And last point, Kate, me and my buddy, Big Nick the Quick, always joke about accuracy versus ball placement. We know Burrow's accurate. He puts balls in places that allow Jamar Chase to get up and down the field, T. Higgins to continue to get yak. The ball placement for Burrow is different. The pace is different. He's a special dude.
And I think part of that with at least Jamar Chase, they've played together forever. They've had chemistry going back to LSU. Yeah. There's a lot of trust between the two there, which is why Jamar Chase, Triple Crown winner last year, I think he could maybe Triple Crown back-to-back years. That's pretty difficult, but he'll still get his stats. He'll have plenty. Maybe you look at him for Offensive Player of the Year, just knowing that Saquon could be taken I don't even want to say a step back, but when you carry that big of a load that he did last year, maybe they scale back on him a little bit. If Jamar Chase puts up similar numbers as he did last year, I think he could be someone to look at for that, Sean.
Yeah, Jamar Chase right now in the market is right around plus 600 to win Offensive Player of the Year. I think he'll get a lot of love for that award from last year because he's the Triple Crown guy. Saquon just happened to essentially almost break the rushing record, go for 2,000 plus, and win the Super Bowl. He was always going to get that award. When you're in the conversation for MVP as an offensive guy and you don't play quarterback, and there's that much conversation around it, OPOY is the next best thing. That's what he gets. But Jamar Chase, any other year, wins that award. I would say, though, I would bet this instead of OPOY for Jamar Chase. 6-1 to win OPOY. You can get 6-1 for Jamar Chase to lead the league in receiving yards. I'd rather play that and not have to worry about the OPOY and the politics of awards. Jamar Chase is going to have a massive year.
I actually really like that. We'll dive into some more player props for the Bengals throughout the show, but coming up next, we got to take a look at today's Major League Baseball card. That's next. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Major League Baseball back on the diamond once again today. Season rolls on. We're a couple days closer to October. Postseason, things are starting to take shape. Kate Constable, Sean Little here with you on Bet Sweats. We're going to go through today's card, and we'll talk to Colby Marcio, who bets a ton of Major League Baseball, coming up in about 20 minutes. You can check out his work over at Betting News. Sean, some more notable games today. Zach Wheeler pitches today against the Nationals. Phillies are minus 175, and Wheeler's still 4-1 for the Cy Young. I think you have to, I don't want to lay minus 175. Actually, I'm seeing it out to even minus 190 right now. But I feel like you got to back Zach Wheeler in some fashion going up against this Nationals team, just with the Phillies being they can be kind of an up and down team, but when you have Wheeler going on the mound, I think he can maybe help them bounce back from 3 straight losses in the last couple days.
Yeah, that's the whole point of having an ace, right? You lose 3, then you show up with an ace, and you essentially have a built-in W in the rotation. That's the in a perfect world, that's the idea. That's kind of like what Jake was talking about with the Brewers. The lineup is struggling, but we know Soto in a spot's going to come up and make. And I'm talking about Juan Soto for the Yankees last year. Judge struggling in the playoffs. No problem. If we can get to Soto with somebody on, I like our chances. That's the same idea when we talk about Zach Wheeler. You lose a couple straight, you bring him to the bump, and he's been electric for a lot of years now. And his numbers via Baseball Savant, bright red on everything. Expected batting average is 196. Expected slugging is 322. K percentage is pushing 34%. He doesn't walk anyone. Exit velos towards the bottom of the league. So, he's the guy you want on the bump when you are struggling. That would be a spot where I would look to potentially – I hate watering down plays. I hate when people say that. Just throw it in a parlay. Just throw it in a lay with something else, and it'll come in, right? So, I wouldn't mind laying the 185 over at BetMGM that the Phillies are on the money line. If you want to lay the run line, you could do that as well. But I love spot. I'm a big spot bettor a lot of the times when it comes to when and why I'm deciding to print a ticket. And a good spot, in my opinion, is team coming off 3 straight losses with their big dog coming to the mound. He just gives everyone around you a bump. And I think that's what will happen today for Zach Wheeler and the Phillies.
Yeah, nothing ever went wrong when you just throw a couple things in a parlay, Sean, right?
Yeah.
Those win all the time.
Do you hear that so much? Just water it down. Add this, and then just add something else to it, and get it down to plus 110. You're good.
Yeah,
it's
if only it were that easy, we'd all be making a whole lot of money. Not quite that easy. The Cubbies back in action today, minus 210 right now over the Pirates. The Cubs were the Pirates didn't even have a starter announced earlier today, and the Cubs were still minus 200. It looks like Braxton Ashcraft going for the Pirates. So maybe a bullpen day here. Laying 200, minus 200 with how the Cubs have been looking as of late, Sean. Just throw it in a parlay, right?
Throw it in a parlay.
Yeah. But no,
I don't like to.
Yeah, you like the spot for the Cubs?
No, I was going to say I would like to get Jake's opinion on just what's up with the offense in its entirety. What's going on? Because they went from mashing. They couldn't go a night without scoring 4, 5, 6 runs, it seemed like. And post-break, Kyle Tucker struggling, the offense overall struggling, PCA struggling. He gets pinch hit for in the 9th a couple nights ago. It just seems like offensively the confidence isn't there. But it's tough to back a team when you feel like they aren't going to score any runs. That was the spot yesterday where we got Matt on we as in a Cubs fan, we get Matt on the bump against Scherzer, who's of course electric and was really good last night. But they score one. It was 1-0 for a vast majority of the game. They can't score any runs.
I mean, this was kind of my problem with the Cubs all year long. Coming into the year, I mean, they were, minus 180 to win the division to start the year. And that's why I bet the Brewers, because I had concerns about this Cubs team from the start. And that's not to say, oh, look at me, I'm so smart. I mean, I am. But it's just that this Cubs team can be so hot and cold. They're all or nothing. It's either you're getting a 4-home run barrage from Suzuki, Tucker, Crow Armstrong, the other guys in the lineup, Carson Kelly, or it's nothing, and that bullpen isn't good enough. The back end of that rotation isn't good enough to have you win those 2-1 games. You need to be in slugfests because that's really the only way that this Cubs team is going to win games. That's why I don't have a lot of faith in them in the playoffs. That's why I don't have a lot of faith in them going now. I'm probably going to take the Pirates today just on principle. You look at this Cubs team, and I've been saying this for weeks. I took a little nibble on the Cubs to miss the playoffs at 14-1 last week because you watch this team and they just lose in the most Looney Tunes ass ways. Like yesterday being a great example of that. They have the chance in the 9th inning and it's right there in front of them and they just face plant. Last week when they were on the Wednesday night game, the national game, and Dansby Swanson can't even step on the base right at first base on an infield single, and they don't score a run and they lose by 1. So I watch this team and it just looks like they don't have it. Like they don't have the it factor, which I know is semantics and that's so narrative and there's no data behind that. Watch the games. What do your eyes tell you? Like at the end of the day, it's sports. You turn on the Cubs game, what are your eyes telling you? And for me, it tells me that this team just doesn't have it. They can't win the close game. They can't get the grind one out. Of course, the 162 games every now and then they will, but when push comes to shove, I don't have faith in this team at all.
It's hard to argue that.
Yeah.
The assessment is pretty dead on. I was actually at that game when Swanson didn't step on first base. Looks like an infield hit, run scores, tie game, and then you see the vaunted play under review pop up on the big scoreboard in center. You're like, play under review? Like he was safe by a mile, and the Nike just didn't. The Nike needed to be an 11.5 instead of an 11. He doesn't touch the front of the bag, and it's like a here we go again type of feeling. Yeah, it's hard to argue that assessment from Jake. I think it would be cataclysmic if they go from up 4 or 5 games in the division to falling all the way out of the wild card when essentially it feels like 3/4 of the MLB gets into the playoffs. So if they don't make the playoffs, that would be very, very tough for a team that started off so well.
Still in a wild card spot right now, but they are 8 games back of the Milwaukee Brewers. When I want to say mid-July, they were up a couple games on the Brewers, or at least early July, around the 4th of July. The Brewers today going for 13 straight wins. No pitcher announced yet. Like, is this a spot where we could fade the Brewers and the streak comes to a close tonight? Nick Martinez on the mound for the Reds, and the Brewers are on the road too. I mean, minus 120 though. I feel like if we're gonna back a team to put a stop to this streak that the Brewers have when they are just absolutely red hot right now, I want a little bit more than 120, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I talk like I was saying in the previous seg about spots and just deciding when you're going to take a stand to fade a team. Eventually, they're going to lose, right? You just have to find out what day it's going to be, and the longer the streak goes, of course, the prices are going to be leaning in the Brewers' favor because a lot of the casuals are going to come in and just take the Brewers until they lose. Yeah. If you feel like the price is a bit out of whack and you feel like you have a good angle, like, look, no pitcher decided on the road Friday, might be a good spot to take the Reds. Yeah, plus 120, even though it opened, I saw it as high as plus 140 earlier in the day. It could be a spot to take a home team, young, scrappy group in Cincinnati. That was the game, actually, that Swanson didn't step on first base, Dansby. So I've seen a lot of the Reds. I like what they got going on in Cincinnati. But, yeah, you just got to make a stand. If you feel like the price is off, don't be results-oriented and be like, oh, I'm an idiot. I faded the Brewers if they if they end up getting the W. If you feel like the price is wrong, dabble because this could be a good spot.
Jacob deGrom, and also the Brewers, they did already get the free burgers, George Webb. So like they got the streak, they got the burgers.
Yeah.
Maybe they'd let their guard down a little bit today against the Reds.
Maybe they went out last night. They were hanging out. Maybe they're having a couple beers like Jake. Next thing you know, it's an L loading.
Rangers are -110, basically a pick 'em with the Blue Jays today with Jacob deGrom going. deGrom's been great in his great all season, really, but his last couple starts, strikeouts, you're looking at 8.5, 8.9, 8. So, like, he's going to go 6 innings-ish. You'll get a quality start out of him. I kind of like the Rangers today with deGrom on the mound. And Jake threw that one in our rundown specifically. So, Jake, are you backing deGrom and the Rangers today at only -110, 120?
I think I have to. Like, again, it's price, right? Like, it's principle. Like, you just kind of have, like, you see a number, and I like the Blue Jays. Obviously, I was on them yesterday, but it's Chris Bassett. Like, that's okay. I'll go against that. And I know Colby Marcio, who is coming up in about 5 minutes or so, is going to probably be all over the Blue Jays because he is who he is. But I like the Rangers. I like Jacob deGrom. This team, and it's me being bullish because I've liked the Rangers all year. I've been waiting for them to turn it on, and they just haven't, even though they're supremely talented. So that really sucks. But -120 with Jacob deGrom, it's just a matter of price. It's the principle.
All right. I could get on board with a little Jacob deGrom action against the Blue Jays. Talk me into it. Show bet. There you go. Marlins and Sandy Alcantara +120 against Lucas Giolito. Question marks there. The Mariners, they're pretty hot right now. Even money against the Mets, who absolutely suck right now. I would take the Mariners even money, even on the road in New York against this Mets team that just cannot put things together. And Colby Marcio is already in the chat here. He apparently likes that one. He's coming up next on the other side. We'll get his deep dive into a lot of these games and where he's putting his money, maybe a couple home run props as well. You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network with Kate Constable and Sean Little.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back into Bet Sweats. Starting off your weekend here with us. Thanks for joining us, Kate Constable, Sean Little. We've talked a little bit about the Cincinnati Bengals in our Countdown to Kickoff series, previewed kind of what our expectations are for the upcoming season a little bit earlier in the show. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll take a bigger picture at the AFC North, maybe some more player props or player-specific futures coming up here in about 20 minutes. Parker Fleming will join us at the 11 a.m. Eastern hour to talk some college football, and we'll dive into some more NFL news and notes throughout the show. But for now, we got to continue on with our Major League Baseball conversation. And to do that, we bring in the one and only Colby Marcio from Betting News. You like that little intro, Colby?
Yeah. It's not deserved, but thank you. It's an honor.
Yeah, like a little like Bruce Buffer. I mean, that was my very sad attempt at that. All right, where are we putting our money today in on the diamond? Do you have a specific favorite play that you can direct us to?
Ooh, favorite play. Let's go to the Guardians game where I have their first 5 team total over 2.5 plus 110. Now, this isn't the sexiest team scoring in the first 5, averaging 2.31 runs at home in the first 5. But they have 4 elite rated hitters according to Batters-Box, 0 poor, 0 above the K rate, and only 2 above the league ground ball rate. Taking on Eric Fetty, who has allowed over this number in 8 straight starts. Now, you could argue he's due for a good start, but it could have happened 5 games ago. But I'm going to continue on. On the road this season, has a 5.12 ERA, allows almost 5 hits a game, 3 runs per start. Last 7 road games, 7.71 ERA, 5.43 expected ERA. Those hitters in those games have a 3.09 expected batting average, 5.07 expected slugging, 3.74 expected WOBA. The top 6 Guardian hitters are lefties. Fetty has been getting lit up by lefties. Last 10 innings pitched against lefties has a 17.42 ERA. One more time. 17.42 ERA, 11.43 expected ERA, 9.03 xFIP, 4.36 home run per 9. Hitters have a sub-4 expected batting average, 7.87 expected slugging, and a 5.03 expected WOBA. Yeah, I have to be on that team. Is it because I'm also on their 5-1 ticket to make the postseason? Maybe, but 17 ERA is just too high for me not to be on.
Yeah, I mean, when the numbers jump out, they jump out. I think when I go through my process, if I like something, I typically look at the slate, I go through, I like something, if it's backed up by numbers, and then I can find a little bit of a better price at a spot, that's when I print the slip. So, yeah, I'm not mad at that spot. I like all the numbers. I'm very big into printing it when it makes sense and then not really caring about the results. When you're practicing really good bankroll management, if you get to a spot where you end up firing in a spot and it doesn't come through, you just move on to the next play. That's why bankroll management is so important, because you're not on a roller coaster and you're not leveraged out on these spots. You're not second guessing. You're seeing a spot you like, you're doing your research, you're printing, and you're already almost even looking to the next spot. So, yeah, I like it.
All right,
100%.
Colby,
I tell people all the time. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I tell people all the time, the books don't know baseball. So don't think of baseball betting as the same as you would with NBA or NFL, because they're more focused on those games. MLB, there's too much turnover and there's so many games and not many people are betting on as much as they do with NFL. So if you see a quote unquote fishy line and you know that's a wrong price, bet it every single time. Bet it. If you have a good process, you trust your process, bet it. Because if your numbers back it up and it's a wrong price, take it. Just like anytime Shohei is plus money for bases, take it. Anytime Aaron Judge is plus money for his bases, take it. And anything below like a minus 150 for a hit is worth taking in my book if it's got good data behind it.
All right, Colby, I follow you on social media. You're a big Brent Rooker fan. I feel like you were on right before the home run derby. Is he in the? Yeah. And you bet him a little bit there.
Mm-hmm.
I see he's on your card again today. Why do we like Rooker?
Well, 1, that's my Pookie. 2, he got screwed by literal toenail, if you will, with the home run derby. That was BS. He's just making up distances now. But we're taking his bases and his home run at 3-1.
Hold on. I got to interrupt you first. Why is he your Pookie? How did he become your Pookie?
Because he's Rookie Pookie.
Oh, okay. All right, continue on.
Oh. I thought you were. I was hoping you would say. I was hoping you'd say he won you a lot of money, and then that'd be
no. That's just
at
my
least
muse.
reasonable. I got you. I got it.
That's Pookie. But it's 90 degrees in Sacktown today with sub 10-mile-an-hour winds blowing out. Hasn't recorded a hit since Monday, and a 99 elite ratings on Batters Box records a hit 71% of the time. 2 hits 31% of the time. Over his bases prop 54% of the time. At home against lefties this season has a 340 batting average, 1104 OPS, and a sub 200 WRC plus. Gets a take on Mr. Kikuchi, who hopefully got over 20 hours of sleep last night because he's going to need it because he struggles on the road with a 4.50 ERA. Allows 6 hits per start on the road, and opponents have a 285 batting average. Last 60 righties faced is allowing 48% hard contact. Those righties have a 369 expected batting average, 572 expected slugging, 323 WOBA, and Rooker, my Pookie, murders every single one of those pitches that Kikuchi delivers.
I love it. I love it. I love it's just showing love, Kate. That's what it's about. When you got nicknames for guys, you're just showing love, their appreciation for the grind throughout the entire year. So I love that. Colby, talk to me a little bit more about just your card and how you go about putting it together on a daily basis. How many plays are too many plays? Are you more of a volume guy?
That's tough because I say I don't want to have a big card sometimes, and then I'll have a card like today where I think I have like 4 or 2 hitters, 2 teams I'm backing, and I'm like, I kind of wish I had more to like because once the day starts. Not saying it sucks to get all your wins out of the way. Sometimes you get a lot of wins out of the way early. And then I have nothing to look forward to, which is why sometimes I wish I have a bigger card. But to be a more responsible gambler, I try to not overdo it because when I have cards of like 10, 12 bets on baseball, I have the worst feeling in my gut that I'm going to go 0 for 12. So I do trust my process. I trust it I trust it all season. It's the ups and downs. It's the longest season betting. So it's tough. I don't think there's a number. If you like something, why wouldn't you bet it? If you have good data behind it and you're betting a good price. I tend not to pay juice, but I paid juice a bunch this past week. Depending on if it's a player prop, I don't like paying juice like Judges, Shohei, anything minus 135. I'm not paying that for anybody. But my process, I usually just look at who's the worst pitcher on the day, how many of those hitters are elite on Batters Box, how bad has that pitcher been doing over the last few games on the home, away versus righties, lefties. And then if I really want to dive into players, I look at how they do against the opponent's pitches. If they're above like 75% of those pitches, I'll be like, all right. And then I'll look in deeper on some other things. But really, it's for me with hitters, it's pitcher matchups. I don't look at pitcher history against hitters. I don't think that doesn't mean anything to me. Some people will be like, hey, Rooker's 0 for 6 against Kikuchi. That means literally nothing to me. You're telling me Kikuchi can't miss a spot and Brent Rooker doesn't get a hit over the shortstop's head? Anything's possible. It's baseball. So, or it could continue. So I don't think it means anything. So that's basically what I go through on a day-to-day basis.
We just talked about the Cubs and their lack of success lately. When does that turn around, if at all, Colby? Like, you're here in Chicago, you hear all the chatter. Why are the Cubs so terrible right now, and when does that change?
I heard the sirens too. They knew about it as well. I mean, this team has overperformed the entire season, and I still am kicking myself for not saving the stats that they had at the beginning of the year where they were exceeding expectations by a wide margin. So they were beyond due for what they're dealing with right now. And I don't think it's a bad thing that they're dealing with it in August when you still have another month to turn it around and get hot again, because you don't want to be ice cold going into the postseason, but you want to be scorching hot going into the postseason. So I think they can turn it around by September. But it is very wild to watch just that team produce literally nothing. So I don't think you should hit the panic button. They've done it in the past, but again, they have over-succeeded most of the season. So I don't really know what to expect. I hope they turn it around.
Colby, a little birdie just landed on my shoulder and mention the New York Yankees for some reason. The birdie just said pinstripes. That's all the birdie
I knew that
said.
birdie.
Yeah. Where are you at? Are you on the Boone out team? It's a lot of stuff going on with the Yanks. Obviously, Judge continues to mash in the regular season. We'll see what happens in the postseason. I was in New York the last couple of years. He was coming up zeros continually in the postseason. Where are you at overall with the franchise? Where are you at with Boone? How are you feeling overall?
For anyone wondering why he's saying this, I have been a Yankees fan since I was 8 years old. No, I am not a bandwagon fan. Get your head out of your rear end. Oh God. This team isn't winning anything this season, so I hope they don't make the postseason. I hope Boone loses his job. And Jake and I, who probably told you that little info there, Jake and I have brewed up the perfect scenario for Boone to get fired from his job if they do make a season run and they make the World Series, because the AL is wide open and they do have the firepower to make it, but they're going to get murdered. Hopefully, they get murdered by the Mets. As a fan, I hate saying this, but I hope they get murdered by the Mets, because then Boone would lose his job. The team would be so embarrassed by losing to little brother, who's always been little brother in that city. They have to fire him. They would have to fire him. And I can't stand Boone. I don't think he's a good coach. The only thing he's good for is backing up his players, and that can only go so far. Sometimes I think he gets thrown out for a morale boost, but guess what? It's not working. So it's going to be the same thing every single year. It's just insane. It is the pure definition of insane thinking that this is going to turn around. Last year was lucky. It was the worst. It was the easiest path ever. If they didn't make it, he would have been fired. In my opinion, I think he would have been fired if they didn't make the World Series last year, which, looking back, I wish they didn't, because then he'd have been fired. I'm out on Boone. Fully out. There's nothing that can turn it around.
Nothing. Zero. No matter what happens the rest of the way.
And if they win it, I'll change my mind, but I don't think they win it, because they ride too much on Aaron Judge's back. Then there's no momentum when he's out of the lineup or when he's not doing well, because they always look forward to the big hit. Like, oh, someone's going to hit it. Maybe Aaron will do it. Well, Aaron carried the whole team for 162 games. He's not Jesus Christ, even though I think he is.
In the regular season, he kind of is Jesus Christ. So maybe, never know. But no, I get it. I will say Boone has the demeanor to deal with all the New York City antics.
Yeah.
But it's got to be a little bit more of a mix, because he's an A+ dealing with the media and dealing with the antics and backing up his players, like Colby mentioned. But it's got to be. There seems to be no real levers that are being pulled or can be pulled when things don't go well. And that could be Cashman and Boone, but something's got to get shaken up over there, I believe.
Oh, I'm out on Cashman, too. I don't know how he has a job.
You're just out all around. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah.
Tell us how you feel, Colby. I know you have some strong feelings about the big dumper. We got about a minute left. In a minute, condense your thoughts into how you feel about the big dumper.
He's not winning MVP. Anyone who gave out his MVP below 10-1, you're not paying attention to baseball. You're just paying attention to the home runs. The guy's batting under 150 this month. All he does is hit home runs. You can't win MVP just hitting home runs. It's awesome. It's cool. He's having a great season. He's not an MVP player. Still don't know how they're winning those games, though.
That was a little bit quicker than a minute, so we have about a minute left. Kyle Stowers for a home run today. You have one other home run play today. Tell us, quick.
Yeah, Kyle Stowers. Kyle Stowers to leave the yard. Love him against Lucas Giolito. Lucas Giolito, third worst rated pitcher on the day. Poor WOBA, ISO, hard contact, and ground ball percentage. Lefties are killing him. They're batting .288 with a .485 slugging percentage, not a .359 WOBA. Last 60 lefties faced has a .351 expected batting average, .822 expected slugging, .427 WOBA, and he's 50% fastballs. Stowers is the number one hitter on the Marlins against fastballs, and the guy has 4 bases in the last 20 plate appearances. 4 of those came in his last 8, but I think he's due for a big game tonight.
He is due for a big game, and he is Colby Marcio from Betting News. Colby, we appreciate you taking the time to join us as always. Best of luck with your bets tonight. We'll talk to you again soon, my friend.
Of course, see you guys. Have a good one.
I just love how fired up Colby gets whenever he literally talks about anything. Like, not just baseball, but like he's just fired up. Yeah, at all times. He's fired up right now in the background. You can still hear him chatting.
The stash brings the energy. It stores it.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. All right, we're heading back to the NFL. We'll talk more Bengals and the AFC North as a whole. And then we'll play a little game of 2-minute drill coming up about 20 minutes from now to wrap up the hour. That is all coming your way here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Rolling right along on this Friday afternoon, getting you ready for the weekend. Talking a ton of NFL. We have more preseason games coming up tonight, a full slate on Saturday. Sunday, we get the Bears. Caleb Williams will be taking the field for the first time this preseason. And then Joe Burrow wrapping things up on Monday, a little Monday night football. I know, Sean, right now we're supposed to be talking a little AFC North, Bengals, Steelers, what that division looks like. But your eyes just lit up a little when I said Caleb Williams taking the field on Sunday.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about what's going on with Caleb Williams and the Bears right now?
You see the initial just movement was to grab my neck and just kind of like, it's already tight. It's already a little hot. I'm excited, but a little nervous, man, because no matter what happens, people are going to run with it and blow it out of proportion. If it's really good, they're going to say the Bears are winning the Super Bowl. If it's really bad, then it's another bust is on the horizon, right? I just want him to go out there and get some reps. When you hire a new coach and you get the guy that I wanted personally for the Bears, an offensive-minded guy that would work with Caleb, and it's pretty clear that Ben Johnson didn't take the Commanders' job the year prior because he wanted a real shot to get the Chicago job. He knew they'd be really bad again under Eberflus. He figured that job would be open and he'd have a real crack at it, and that's exactly what happened. So you have to trust the guy you get. I'm trusting the process. I'm trusting Ben Johnson. Caleb showed enough flashes for me last year in a complete dumpster fire that I think the talent and the game is there. He could play. There's a lot of plays where I was on the couch, regardless of the score or the situation, where I was like, wow, that's a big-time, big boy play from Caleb Williams. And with Ben Johnson's guidance, it should eventually come through. We don't know when that'll be, but it's just high leverage, man. The NFL is high leverage. Chicago, Illinois is high leverage. We're all excited to see it, and I hope the verbiage and all the stuff that Ben Johnson alluded that Caleb was having a bit of trouble with maybe is clear and concise, and they got a good game plan going into the preseason matchup.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, regardless of what happens on Sunday, the chatter is going to be there. Whether it's going to be an overreaction, which is what sports media all around pretty much is, right? All the talking heads, like if he goes out and plays great, oh, this Bears team can win the Super Bowl. This Bears team can top the Lions in the division, like no problem. If he goes out and plays pretty poorly, even if it's a series or two, it's this team is screwed once again. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams doesn't have what it takes. He never will, blah, 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 blah. So, temper expectations, people, regardless of what happens tomorrow for the Chicago Bears or on Sunday. And Caleb Williams, Joe Burrow expected to play a little bit more in preseason game number 2. That one is on Monday night going up against the Commanders. Sean, I have not bet any preseason so far, but I'm going to be betting that game when this line comes out. I am not seeing it out quite yet, but I'm going to bet the Bengals in the first quarter. Go over their team total in the first quarter to win the first quarter, Burrow to score, or the Bengals to score in their first drive, something like that. Because I think based on what we saw in Joe Burrow in that first preseason game, he goes out there, 2 touchdowns right away. I think that's the only, I'm not betting preseason full game outcomes because who knows who's playing, how long. But I think you can count on Burrow being out there for at least a series or 2 in that first quarter. I'm going to bank on him putting up at least a touchdown, potentially 2 off the bat.
Yeah, right now, -4.5 is the number. Money line for the Bengals is -220. Totals 42.5 for that Bengals-Commanders preseason game. I agree. If you are looking for action, put the ball in Joe Burrow's hands. If in game 1 versus the Eagles, 9 of 10, 2 tutties, they move the ball at will. Jamar Chase had, I believe, 4 targets, 4 catches.
Yep.
The offense looked like they hadn't taken a week off. It looked like it was week 9 to week 10 from last year instead of an entire offseason coming into a preseason game. And the emphasis is clearly on the Bengals getting off to a good start, and that is why Burrow's getting snaps. Regardless of risk of injury, The risk of injury is not as great as a risk of starting 0-2 once again, and then they're playing catch up the entire season. You can't, when you have superstars like Joe Burrow, you got to just max these guys out. Every single year needs to be an opportunity to make a real deep playoff run. And that's all I think fans expect as well. That was why the Patriots and Brady and Belichick and those guys were so special, because you knew they were going to be around every year. That might be the divisional, it might be the AFC Championship, it's most likely the Super Bowl, but they were going to compete. And you don't have that feeling around the Bengals right now. It's still, yeah, they'll be good offensively, but they're in a really tough division. How are they going to get any stops? So you need to get it to a point where you feel comfortable starting the season and you feel comfortable around Joe Burrow and you're maxing him out. And him starting these preseason games is kind of showing a little bit of a signal that we're trying to get off and running here and trying to start the season fast in a major way. And that's everything that Zach Taylor's been saying into microphones. One thing about sports betting, it's an information business. If you could get yourself to pay attention to press conferences, midweek coach radio appearances, you could pull a lot of information and a lot of nuggets that other folks aren't paying attention to and can get better prices come game time or earlier in the week before game time when it comes to props in different NFL. You'll get a lot of nuggets from coaches saying the strategy in the first half is going to be to run the ball a lot more than last week. All right, well, then you should probably be looking at, if you're talking about the Bengals, Chase Brown's rush attempts, maybe potentially over yards. So you can get a lot of information before prices move if you're dialed into press conferences as well.
And that's kind of what Zach Taylor has told us with the Bengals is we're not messing around early on in the season. We're making sure we are hitting the ground running week one. In terms of winning the division right now, Ravens are the massive favorite. They're minus 160. The Bengals, surprisingly enough, second favorites at plus 220. And then you jump all the way up to plus 550 for the Steelers and the Browns. I mean, they're not even anywhere in the conversation, 33-1. But I'm shocked, Sean, at the gap between the Bengals and the Steelers. Like, the Steelers defense is going to be just as legit as it is every season. You've upgraded a couple things on offense. DK Metcalf comes in. I mean, I think Aaron Rodgers is at the least a lateral move to the quarterback situations that they had last year. I just think that the Steelers and Bengals, those numbers should be a little bit closer together, whether that's the Bengals being more like plus 350, Steelers being more like 4-1, something like that. But that surprised me looking at the gap between those two.
Yeah, 5.5 to 1 is tough. I believe the narrative surrounding in the market. When I typically when I speak of narrative, I'm really just talking about the market and how that they kind of fluctuate together. But the narrative around Aaron Rodgers is the Jets situation was a disaster. If you didn't know Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles in the first game, you would think he went to New York and was just garbage for 2 straight seasons, and now he's showing up in Pittsburgh. Let's not forget that he blew his Achilles out, then came back the very next season, had a mediocre year on a mediocre team that's defense fell off the face of the earth that was supposed to be completely lights out or better like it was the year before. He had to deal with a fired coach, whether that's him bringing it on himself or not, that's fine. Devontae Adams comes in the middle of the season. There was a lot of stuff going on. He goes from blowing out his Achilles, then the second year scrambling to try to put everything together. Woody Johnson's chirping in the media. Just a lot of noise going on in New York. And he still played solid. I think he was a middle-of-the-road quarterback last year. He gets a fresh start. He's now 2 years removed off the Achilles. He's in a very stable organization where there's not going to be any noise. They're not going to allow it. They have a really good defense. They added Metcalf, got rid of some more noise. I'm blanking on the wide receiver's name that they sent out to Dallas.
George Pickens.
George Pickens, who's a stud, but is very noisy. Doesn't really fit that Pittsburgh Steelers culture. There's a lot of things going on there, right? So they remove him. They add Rodgers, who has now, I guess, a chip on his shoulder, something to prove, etc. They add Metcalf. The defense is still there. They get TJ Watt a deal. 550 is long, and like we talked about a couple days ago on the Better Angle, we don't want to end up with CLV sandwiches where, I got Pittsburgh at plus 550 and they finished a game behind Baltimore, CLV sandwich. But I think the Pittsburgh Steelers can be very competitive this year, and I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be better than people want to give him credit for.
And you throw the Mike Tomlin aspect into all of that too. Like, I know that the stat is just nauseating at this point because we say it every single year, but like not having a losing season for Mike Tomlin, if the Steelers don't win a playoff game, that noise continues to be just as loud as it was this offseason. And I think I don't know if you can necessarily blame Aaron Rodgers for that, but like at some point that organization then needs to make some fairly serious changes, I think. It's the Ravens division to lose. The market tells us that at minus 160. They signed Jair Alexander, Malachi Starks to revamp that secondary. The only issue with the Ravens is I'm fine laying the minus 160 for them to win that division. I would be fine. Well, I'm trying to think to win the AFC. I don't know about that, but when the Ravens get to the playoffs, it's just kind of the same story. It's similar to the Steelers. Like you can kind of say the same thing for both of them is that when the Ravens get to the postseason, Lamar kind of, I don't want to say disappears, but it almost feels like that team just decides to go in a complete opposite direction of what's gotten them there. Right? Like the last two seasons, it feels like everything just kind of goes out the window and they decide to completely flip the script once you get to the postseason and they end up losing every year. So can you really trust, sure, maybe you can trust the Ravens to win the division, but can you trust them to get any further? Could they get to a Super Bowl this year? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, really quick to go back to Mike Tomlin. He's been the coach since 2007, never had a losing season. The Bears have had 10 losing seasons since 2007. So like, let's be real here. Respect Mike Tomlin and, that he has his hands all over those winning seasons. So that's a real thing. And he may be able to get them an extra win or two with Rodgers at the helm. To go to the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson, I think you make a lot of valid points. We're beyond talking about Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in the regular season. Just like we're beyond Aaron Judge in the regular. Like they could go 16-0, 15-1, 16-1, whatever you want to say, and have a massive regular season, and Lamar can win another MVP, and there's still going to be question marks come the divisional at home in Baltimore. That's just how it goes in these situations. So we're beyond the regular season success for Baltimore and Lamar Jackson. They've got to do it in the playoffs for people to really trust them. I think it was a real turning. They had a real opportunity when they got Kansas City in their building a few years ago, and they had a real opportunity to kind of put a lot of talk and chatter to bed, and they weren't able to get that win. It was a close game. They couldn't get it done. A couple turnovers. It was just a spot that they didn't show up in. So, I trust Baltimore in the regular season. They've done nothing but prove they're going to win 13-plus games every year and be an absolute force. They still have Todd Monken running the offense. Like the culture there, just like in Pittsburgh, that's the thing about Cincinnati. The culture in Baltimore, ironclad. The culture in Pittsburgh, ironclad. The culture in the state of Ohio for their two pro teams, quite the opposite. And it's the wins have shown that. So, I agree. It's easy to trust Baltimore in the regular season, tough to trust them in the playoffs. But when we're talking about a division, minus 160 seems like the right price if you want to back Baltimore to win the AFC North.
Yeah, it's not smart. I wouldn't recommend laying chalk in every division, just across the board, taking the favorite, because weird things happen and it never ends. It never ends where every single team that's favored to win their division ends up winning.
Especially when you start the year against Buffalo. Like that's right. You could easily start the season 1-0. That number probably ticks down a little bit. If you like Buffalo in that first game of the year, but you like Baltimore to win the division, you might be able to get a little better price. If you wait just a week, you might catch a 140, 135 on the AFC North for the Baltimore Ravens. So that's another point to make when you're looking at divisional stuff.
I think that's very smart to do. We put out a little Twitter poll over on the BetSweats Twitter account. Does Joe Burrow win MVP at 6-1 if the Bengals get 10 wins or more this season? Sean, so far the consensus is 69%. Nice says yes, that Joe Burrow does win the MVP if the Cincinnati Bengals win 10 plus games this year. Obviously, that would mean about 30% says no. So head over to bet_sweats on Twitter. Vote our poll. We'll take a peek at that again before the show ends here in about an hour and 20 minutes. Coming up next, we do a little 2-minute drill. Some topics around the NFL coming your way here on Bet Sweats with Kay Constable and Sean Little.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Kate Constable, Sean Little with you here on Bet Sweats. We are in today for Joe and Sam, helping you get your weekend started a bit early and hopefully giving you some bets, some winning bets to place for this weekend. About an hour from now, we'll have our lightning bets where we will tell you where we're putting our money today. We'll also talk to Parker Fleming in 20 minutes from now on some college football topics. Sean, we've talked about Iowa a couple times on this show. I've given my my argument as to why my Hawkeyes this year are going to be good. So I'm going to get Parker Fleming's thoughts on that because he is dialed in to all things college football. But right now we are going to dial into some NFL topics. And these are some juicy ones. A little 2-minute drill here coming up. Yikes. A couple of these are fairly serious. We've got a stalker. I don't know who in the right mind decides to stalk Aaron Donald, but we're going to dive into all of that. Jake Hassan. Like, you have to be crazy to be a stalker. You have to be extra crazy to stalk Aaron Donald. But Jake, come on in. Give us some topics for this 2-minute drill here on Bet Sweats.
I would love to. And we actually, to start this, we just got breaking news in college football, and we can maybe touch on this with Parker Fleming in a little bit. But Michigan and their sign stealing scandal from a couple of years ago, the Connor Stallions era, it just came down a couple of minutes ago per ESPN that Michigan is going to be fined $20 million, and head coach Sharon Moore is going to be suspended an additional game on top of the suspension in weeks 3 and 4 of this season. So Michigan, it is August 15th, and we are a week away from week 0. Not the greatest start for Michigan. So I guess we can open it up to you guys to start with that one. Obviously doesn't impact on the field a ton, but Michigan finally getting some punishments for their sign stealing from a couple of years ago.
Okay, go ahead.
We knew eventually something was going to come down from all of that. They hadn't resolved it yet. $20 million is a lot. I can't think back to a time where we've had a $20 million punishment, I guess you could call it. I don't think Sharon Moore missing an extra game. Yeah, that's not ideal, right? Like, you want your head coach on the field, but I don't think that's necessarily like a make it or break it for this Michigan team in terms of getting into the college football playoff, Big Ten championship, anything like that. I'm not overly high on Michigan to begin with, but that doesn't concern me as much as just like, okay, this comes out and like, yeah, you stole some signs. Like, you were in the wrong. For as much as Jim Harbaugh tried to cover it up and everyone said, no, that's not what we were doing. Like, this just kind of goes to show like, yeah, you got caught. You got caught, Sean.
Yeah, Moore needs to hit up Harbaugh for this game check that he'll be missing. That's the guy that should be paying him that missed game dollar amount. Who cares? They don't care about this. 20 mil, no problem. We'll give you guys 20 mil, whatever you got to do. They ended up getting the title. This is a classic play from Harbaugh. He knew what was going on. He got out of town after getting the title when things were going to get a little spicy. He left all the problems in his wake. He's now in LA having a good time. This is a classic move from a heavy hitter. Pete Carroll did something similar at his USC days when he headed to Seattle and left a bunch of controversy in his wake in Los Angeles and the Trojans. So, yeah, I mean, they're just going to pay the fine, go about their business. Michigan fans will continue to deny any wrongdoing. It'll be an argument and a talking point for other Big Ten squads. But they got the title. Doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. People will call them cheaters for a little bit, maybe, but eventually it'll fade away and they'll still have that championship that they had when Harbaugh was there, and they maybe benefited from a few signs.
What do we think? Does Dave Portnoy just pony up, give him a little $20 right off the bat? I could see him stepping up and be like, I got it, guys. Don't worry about it. 20 mil, that's nothing.
Yeah. Ellison, Portnoy, there'll be people fighting over paying this $20 million fine just to get it done and over with. That's what happens when you got the deep coffers. Doesn't matter. The money fine is nothing. Moore will go take a little extra week off and hang out, and we'll go on with our day in Ann Arbor.
All right, going back to the NFL, we touched on this earlier to start the show, but Jordan Love said he's officially going to have surgery. It was a move to be 100% ready for week 1. He said, quote, I don't want to go into the season with any ailing injuries or lingering problems. So the surgery on his left thumb, his non-throwing hand, obviously, that he suffered in the preseason. Having surgery now, getting ahead of it. Does this make you any less concerned with the Packers? Obviously, Love isn't going to play in the preseason this week. Matt LaFleur also said Love is going to take the rest of the week off and expects him to return to practice sometime next week. But the Packers right now, to win the NFC North, still plus 275, the second favorite behind the Lions. Anything you want to do with the Packers? More confident, less confident now that Love is having the surgery, and he's saying at least going to be 100% for week 1.
Sean, you start us off.
Yeah, I remember when I first heard this, and I heard Jordan Love surgery thumb. I said, yeah, we're in business, baby. And then it was left hand, and it was like, no, that means nothing. Getting the left hand worked on is fine. He'll be ready to go. And not that I'm rooting for guys to get hurt. I don't want that to be the case. But if injuries do happen in the NFL, and if it happens to be the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, that makes me feel a little better about the injury, I will say. I have to say that. But, yeah, the left thumb should be fine. I never understood why guys take the whole offseason and then get surgeries weeks before the season starts. I never understood that. And obviously, I don't know the details on the injury and the timeline and et cetera, but get these surgeries out of the way so you don't have to worry about it a couple weeks before the season. But yeah, good luck to Jordan Love. I want the Bears to be able to beat those guys at full strength. So let's hopefully he gets back good and well, and he has a good season. He's under a little bit more pressure than people are alluding to as well.
Yeah, I certainly think so. This is a non-story to me. Like, yes, we need to talk about it because it's an NFL quarterback. If anything, the thing that concerns me the most is hearing that he's going to miss a week of practice leading up to the season. Like, does that actually matter for Jordan Love? Probably not, but just the chemistry, the continuity within that offense and getting on the same page. Like, I think that's the biggest deal in all of this. Now, when that stacks up to other teams with offseason issues, it's kind of very, very minimal. So if there's any fallout from this, maybe it's the Packers start the season a little slow. Maybe they're not all on the same page week 1. I mean, they have the Lions week 1 too, right? Like that's going to be a pretty tough game. So that's the only concern I have. And at that, it's really not that much of a concern all that much with this being the non-throwing hand for Jordan Love.
Well, speaking of quarterbacks, Matthew Stafford's still not practicing, by the way. He's going into this immortal chamber. Sean McVay saying he's going to practice. He's not going to practice. Now the associate head coach also saying, well, he's trying his best. And Sean McVay yesterday coming out and saying, yeah, he's still not going to do anything this week. And we're hoping to have him back next week. Guys, I don't know about you, but this makes me want to stay far, far away from the Los Angeles Rams, because if you already have your veteran quarterback who has had back issues for years, not practicing, not playing, it's August 15th, by the way, this just feels like a disaster waiting to happen for the Rams. Are we going anywhere else in the NFC West? Are we just going with the Niners? Are we taking shots with the Cardinals or the Seahawks? Anything that you have based off of Stafford still not practicing and hopefully, according to Sean McVay, going back next week, Kate?
I mean, that certainly opens things up for the Seahawks and Cardinals a bit more than if Stafford was practicing and ready to go for the season. I think this is a big story. Like, he's 37. He has a history of back injuries. If he's not on the field, I don't have confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo. I've heard so many people say, well, like, Jimmy Garoppolo is a serviceable quarterback. Like, he was okay, yeah, but there's a reason he hasn't been a starting quarterback at the last couple stops he's been at. I don't think you win this division with Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think you make the playoffs with Jimmy Garoppolo. Gertch just made a great point in the chat. Out on every Rams player for fantasy if Matthew Stafford is not at the helm here. Those are the implications that this Stafford injury will have on the regular season. And I'd be very concerned if I was a Rams fan that he is not. They keep saying, like, he'll be back at practice tomorrow, or we expect him to be practicing in a day or two. And every day it comes around and it's the same news that he's not there. This is a much larger thing than I think is being alluded to. And it is being talked about enough. So that tells you even more so what I think about what's going on here in LA.
This is a major deal. And the reports are that Sean McVay and Matt Stafford did a little throwing and then shut him down. So it's almost like, hey, let's see if I can throw. Let's see if I can actually go. Let's see how bad it is. And then you get shut down. You're like, yeah, we're going to actually go ahead and go home and maybe try this again another time. I think it's a really big deal. I don't think he plays week 1. We'll see how long it goes into the year. But if you don't take any snaps in street clothes, we're not talking about pads. He's not throwing in shorts and a t-shirt and a backwards hat like he's thrown in for his entire career. So when we talk about him playing in week 1, it's just very unlikely. And everything around that offense predicates on Matt Stafford playing. I mean, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams doesn't go to LA if this back was this big of an issue. So I think it's a big story. I think I would have to fade the Rams in every single way possible until we get a clear indicator on what's going on.
Quickly, last minute here, just want to get reaction to this one. Aaron Donald apparently had a stalker for a couple of years, which is just insane to me because this is the guy that trained with knives in the preseason, famously. This one blew me away. We got about a minute left.
Do you have to be threatened to have a stalker? Don't you have to be like worried about the person? Like Aaron Donald's just kind of like, yo, this guy's just following me. Like, somebody else, I'm not going to report it, but I guess I have a stalker. Yeah, it's crazy. Out of all the people, Aaron Donald's not the guy you want to be following around, but I don't know, man. I'm sure Aaron Donald's not sweating too much.
Sean, he might be sweating a little bit because they're coming after his kids, his brother.
Oh.
I just read a little bit into, because I hadn't heard a bit about it until we talked about this, but
yeah,
I want to get into this. We'll talk about this at the start of potentially lightning bets because it's kind of serious, but this woman, she's crazy, clearly. You're crazy to stalk Aaron Donald. He's a scary, scary dude. Parker Fleming is a scary dude when it comes to betting college football. He's phenomenal at it, and we're going to talk to him next about the upcoming season here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. with Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Plenty of NFL talk today here on Bet Sweats, which means it's time we turn our attention to a little college football. Before we do that, though, if you missed any of that NFL talk throughout the show, you can go back and listen on the free Odyssey app or in podcast form, wherever you get your podcasts. We touched on the Cincinnati Bengals today for our countdown to kickoff. So if you're just tuning in now and missed that, head over wherever you get your podcasts and you can check out those segments there. Turning our attention to college football now, we bring in Parker Fleming, college football analyst. You can find all his work. Check him out over on Twitter at StatsOWar on the good old X Twitter machine, whatever you want to call it. Parker, thanks so much for taking the time to join us this morning. We did just have news come down that Michigan, $20 million fine for the sign stealing saga from a couple years ago. Sharon Moore is going to be suspended an extra game on top of these suspensions that he was already going to be serving this season. Deal or no big deal for the old Michigan Wolverines this year with that news coming out?
Yeah, kind of wild for Michigan there, like a testament to how bad it actually was. Because like the NCAA can't really do much, and they did about everything they could do with some of that. You wonder how much that affects guys like, I mean, does Bryce Underwood care about that? He wasn't involved in that. He's on that. How's that going to translate to on the field? But certainly interesting to look at how they're going to gel with kind of the shadow of that and with Coach Moore off the sideline for a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just going to pay the fine, I think, and just keep it moving. But let's talk about this season and on the field. Is this the best week one of all time? A lot of that chatter, of course. Ohio State, Texas in week one. There's a lot of great matchups. LSU, Clemson. Talk to me about week one, best ever, and give me one of your best storylines going into the year.
Yeah, I mean, a very good week one. You love to see it. I'm a staunch supporter of week 0. I don't want to sleep on Kansas State and Iowa State on the 23rd, or Stanford, Hawaii. Like the overall quality might not be great, but still a good game. And that line has moved from like 3.5 to 1.5. I mean, a pretty huge swing there early on. Some really interesting storylines. Obviously, the one that everyone's keyed in, or the two that everyone's keyed in on, are that LSU game and Clemson game, the Texas Ohio State game, to a lesser degree, simply because I think Texas, Ohio State, either team can lose that and nothing changes, right? Like they still have everything that they want there. And I don't even think you're going to update your power ratings aside from a huge blowout in that game between there. It'll be good to see Arch at the beginning and say in for Ohio State. Both of those teams will look radically different at the end of the season than they do at the beginning, just both having those freshman quarterbacks and getting in. LSU and Clemson is much more interesting from a nationals perspective, just because I think LSU can move from fringe contender to in the driver's seat with a win there, and Clemson needs to win that to bolster their strength of schedule going through what we know will be a down ACC to make sure they're positioned to get at the top of the rankings. Two games that I think are will have a significant national relevance that are a little bit slept on. Florida State and Alabama, that two score favorite Alabama there, obviously, but Florida State with a lot of turnover. What are they going to look like this year? We're not sure. We want to see that. If Florida State somehow won that game, that I think would be the single most dramatic result of week one, in the sense of how much it alters kind of the national perception and where teams stand overall. So that's what I've got in. Don't sleep on the G5 either. USF and Boise State. Boise State kind of the presumed favorite to get back to the playoff, even despite some turnover, losing Ashton Jeanty there. But South Florida is a good football team and has a weird spot this year because they do have Boise State, Florida, and Miami in the non-con. They're probably not going to win either of the Miami and Florida games in the non-con there. But if they somehow were to beat Boise State here, that's where you're looking at, 10-2 USF with close losses to Florida and Miami, beat the other best G5 team, beat Memphis and Tulane in this scenario. That would be 11 because they play the conference championship game. Is that a 2-loss G5 team who can make the playoff? I think there's a legitimate path there. So getting over Boise is the first milestone. Certainly some interesting opportunities there if you wanted to hold a future before and after that game. I think there's some really interesting arbitrage opportunities depending on how strong you think USF is.
Parker, a quarterback coach tandem, when those two are in lockstep, that can change a lot. That can win you some games. Who are some of the quarterback coach combos that we should be confident in going into this season?
Yeah, so I think you've got to think about, I used to do this table that kind of looked at who was returning all of their coordinators and their coach. A couple years ago, it mattered a lot more because there wasn't as much talent mobility. Now, oftentimes, if you're not upgrading at head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, or quarterback, that might suggest some issues about quality. And so I do think there's a couple that stand out as guys that are going to break through. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on Drew Aller, huge expectations from Penn State this year. Andy Kotelnicki returns. And last year, as we know, watching their offense, they were able to do a lot of weird stuff. Tyler Warren lining up at center, like the unbalanced formations, play action, all this crazy stuff. And so they have learned the playbook. The issue is they just haven't had receivers to throw to. And so they were running this really sophisticated, really complex offense, basically throwing it to a wildcat quarterback at tight end. And I mean that as a compliment for Tyler Warren's athleticism. But this year they should have the combination of familiarity with the playbook so they can put more out there in any given game. And they have the wide receivers that should elevate their play overall. I think both of those are primed for a really, really good step there. The other one I'm watching, Michigan State. You get Lendrin back, Smith back, and Aiden Childs. Freshman quarterback are hard to evaluate because oftentimes them just playing is a signal of quality and development. Childs had some moments last year where he looked good. He had some moments where he looked bad, but you don't want to hold that too much against him because he's getting the reps. He's a guy that could take a big year 2 leap and take advantage of that stability. Another one that's really interesting, Iowa State. Mouser is back there in Matt Campbell's team. With Rocco Beck, they did lose 2 great wide receivers who are both going to be involved in NFL offenses this fall with Higgins and Noel. They've replaced them with transfers. So it's a kind of a weird mix of continuity in the core, but your skill position is changing. I think we'll learn a lot against Kansas State of how that looks. I think it's going to be hard to replace those 2 guys who came in early and kind of developed for a couple years to get where they get to the ceilings they were at.
Parker, I'm glad you brought up Penn State because your preseason average win totals, V1, Volume 1 is out. Go check it out. But the squad at the top, 10.1 or 2 wins, I believe. 10.2 wins projected for Penn State. Is it now or never? No one likes James Franklin. Everyone hates him. They think he's corny. They don't like, outside of Happy Valley, this guy is boring. He's another bald-headed guy like myself that just talks a lot but doesn't win big games, and he barks, and he's had the same glasses for 15 straight years, but they never win big games. Is it now or never? Drew Aller back. Is now the time to get behind Penn State to actually potentially make some real noise and win the title?
Yeah, it is certainly it is a year where they've got the talent and the expectations there. I'm intentionally with my preseason priors a little conservative at the top and saying, hey, I'm agnostic. I don't know which of these teams is going to be the best. So, when I ran the machine the first time, Penn State was a little bit closer to those 11 wins there. You look at the schedule, like obviously non-con is not going to be a problem. Season comes down to kind of 2 phases. One, what do you do with Oregon and Ohio State? Can you split those? I think that's all Penn State needs to do this year. Can you split those 2? Winning both of those would be incredible. And then you look at a couple tricky spots. At UCLA, at Michigan State, at Iowa, and then Nebraska late in the season. Nebraska, a team that I think will improve dramatically over the course of the season, even if they start out a little rocky. How do they navigate those spots? One thing about the James Franklin narrative is that he's not just losing big games. He's losing big games to the best teams every year. I mean, he's played Michigan, Ohio State, being in that division and then switching over. The playoff last year was a great example of like, oh, James Franklin is going to benefit a ton from this because he's going to get reps against teams like 7 to 15 as opposed to teams 1 through 5. And so his record versus elite opponents is going to go up because we've never observed him playing, these middle upper class teams as opposed to just playing the elites there. But I think the development of Kotelnicki in the offense, there are some intense things being said about Penn State's defensive line and what they're going to do to replace there. I think the schedule breaks really, really nicely for them to have a hiccup. And heck, the way that things have been going the last couple of years, you almost want to lose a game in the season to kind of light a fire under your behind and get you motivated to improve and gear up for that playoff run. So I think Penn State, with the schedule and with the talent and with the development on offense, is in a really, really good spot this year. It's hard not to see them. It's hard to find reasons that they won't be very, very deep in the playoff this year.
Parker, that was slick. I like that. You found a way to to fit Notre Dame in the conversation, losing a big game early. You never know, light a fire. I like that, Parker.
It's real. The college can see some motivation sometimes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Speaking of Notre Dame, let's talk about expectations for the Irish this year. Every year under Marcus Freeman, I mean, they've improved. I don't know. I mean, the only way to improve on an 11-1 season is to go 12-0 and win the Natty. Like, is that a realistic expectation for Notre Dame?
I mean, no, just because the nature of college football, except for a couple teams, is that you're going to have ups and downs. I think I don't expect Notre Dame to have a floor. The knock last year was their offensive line was super inexperienced and it got hurt. And I mean, golly, they played great, and a lot of that's returning as well. So they do have a good core. Freeman is clearly excellent at talent identification and development, skills that are lost a little bit at the top level in this era of portal and free agency. Miami and Texas A&M, both winnable games to start the season, should pick up another nice win against Boise State. The schedule's not hard. I mean, 9-3 against the schedule would be pretty disappointing just because you lose against all the good teams overall. Some tricky Power 5 road games there. Going to Arkansas is not necessarily a walk in the park, even though they should win that game. And who knows, Stanford could be another team that gets hot at the right time and kind of figures it out halfway and is a little bit competitive at the edge. But when you're evaluating here, I think Notre Dame's minimum standard this year is make the playoff. With this schedule and just the talent level you have and the development year over year, you've got to get there. The one thing, if we look back at this season and say, wow, Notre Dame really wasted an opportunity here with this schedule. They didn't do what we thought they'd do. It's that the quarterback battle did not resolve itself. Like, is it going to be Carr? Who's going to take there? You need game one, the guy to walk in. There cannot be uncertainty there. We can't flip-flop over weeks. That's the big thing I'm looking at. Also, will a Notre Dame wide receiver please step up? I think that's the one thing that they really missed last year, was just a true breakout wide receiver who really changed the game for them, not just a complementary piece. Which of those guys is going to step up and be the number one and help this new quarterback take advantage of the talent? Defense, offensive line, the true Notre Dame Freeman identity stuff should be great again. Really, really favorable schedule for them. Just need to resolve who's going to be that 1-1 connection. When the game is on the line, when we need to go win a close game versus USC in October, who are we throwing it to and figuring that out? I think losing Love certainly hurts, but with the offensive line, you're going to have a long leash for you're not losing Love this year. Sorry, doing draft prep. I'm confused. Having Love and then having a stable of running backs behind him that can take the load in some of those runaway games so that he can stay fresh, I think is super important as well.
Parker, you're an analytics guy. You're a data guy. How do you analyze 17, 18-year-olds that are drinking during the week and partying and then showing up on Saturday? Like, how difficult is it to analyze and put power ratings on teenagers, essentially? Because we've seen some unpredictable stuff in college ball, but we got to remember these guys are 18 years old.
Parker,
yeah, I mean, I'm actually really excited. I'm really excited to announce this year I have a new metric called hangover recovery over expected. So based on how many beers you had last night, I could obviously there's going to be a huge residual, right? Like I'm predicting, and then what's reality? There's some unexplainable variance. Your standard deviations are wide. You kind of have an open hand on these estimates and say, hey, this is the best I have. And then as I get new information, I'm going to counter it or account for it. There is certainly an art and science, especially in college football, where week to week, the depth charts are so unstable. And you've got to know, is this guy starting? And there's so much of that. But evaluating a team, I think, is the big thing is having a good idea of team success and then having some notion of how players factor into the team success. So, early downs passing. Like, you've got to be able to get explosive early, third and fourth down conversion. You've got to be able to be successful in those situations. So I know premium positions, right? I need pass block, I need wide receiver, I need quarterback. And you could start to move into, okay, how do I think these players are going to play? But I think the key is you do have wide intervals. You certainly want to look at the market just because that's so many other information. And some of those sickos are doing that and saying, hey, I saw this guy out at the bars last night. He's going to have a terrible game. And you just kind of account for that as well and surface that into the market. But in general, I think uncertainty is a feature, not a bug of college football. And it's an interesting challenge. Opponent adjustments are a whole nother can of worms that you have to kind of figure out. Again, more art than science in that. But I think having intervals of estimates and not saying with confidence, like, oh, I know Notre Dame is 2.76 points better than Michigan, so they're going to win 100%. You start to attach probabilities to stuff and say, hey, here's what I think is going to happen. And the hope is more often than not, your probabilities are right and you're getting those favorable outcomes.
Parker, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Love all the insight. We're excited for college football, as I'm sure you are. We'll be checking out your work over at StatsOWar on Twitter. Have a great start to the college football season. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks so much. Enjoyed it.
If there was a hangover over expectation metric, I would be at the very bottom of that. My hangovers last days. You would not want to be betting on me after a night out. Parker, thanks so much for your time. We'll talk to you again soon. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, we gotta turn our attention to a little preseason. What can we expect in preseason week number 2? Maybe do a little bit of reading the room. Where are these line movements? That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Guys, thank you.
Lightning Bets, where are we putting our money today and maybe over this weekend as well? We'll hand out a few winners there. If you heard that Zoom, that is the Air and Water Show. We are not under attack here on Bet Sweats. Just some fighter jets outside my window. I feel kind of like I am. Okay, so I'm doing a terrible segue here, but talking about being under attack, we touched on it a bit in our 2-minute drill, but this Aaron Donald stuff, Sean, the more I read into this, it is wild. There's some woman who, claims to be married to Aaron Donald. She's tried to divorce him twice. He's got a restraining order against him. She has sent packages, birthday presents, balloons to his kids. She's stalked his brother. It's gone way, way far.
So were they involved? Were they involved
No.
previously or no? She just is making that up.
No, she's just making it up. She's gone to like training camps and games and everything. They've never met in person. They've never talked online. She just feels like, clearly mentally unwell, that she has some sort of relationship with Aaron Donald. And yikes, like that's freaky. It's Aaron Donald. He could probably handle his own, but when you're dealing with someone who's a little not right up there, that's when things get real scary.
Yeah, and I was joking around earlier. I hadn't read the story. I didn't know his kids were involved and things of that nature. I was thinking just someone like in the bushes as Aaron Donald went to Trader Joe's is probably not the guy you want to be tailing. But yeah, when you start talking about family being involved and that sort of thing, it does get a little spooky because it's just as big and bad as Aaron Donald is, so many things are still out of your control and you can't be with your people 24/7. You can't be with them and by their side everywhere they go, right? So
protecting them all the time.
Exactly. So when you bring that element in and potentially, the kids being sent things, meaning that she knows the location and where they are and what they're doing, that could get spooky. So yeah, I hope that all ends well and nothing happens to Aaron Donald or his family and the stalker gets some help and that just, dissipates, goes by the wayside, and they get on track as well, and they're not wasting time obsessing over people they've never met.
This has become I think this has always been an issue for high-profile people, but like even with the break-ins in people's houses, like Joe Burrow's house getting broken into last year, a couple other players, Travis Kelce's, we're just seeing more and more of it, which gets extremely concerning. That I would imagine a lot of these players this upcoming season, some of the high profile quarterbacks are having their houses, if they weren't already, watched 24/7 when they're on the road.
Yeah, seems like you have to, you go out of town, everyone knows you're in
exactly where you are.
Yeah, if you're Justin Jefferson, everyone knows you're in Chicago for Monday Night Football. So it's, it's easy to kind of clock that. So yeah, it seems like you have to have someone watching the house at all times now, which is a shame. But yeah, it is what it is. It's people will go to extreme lengths to not work hard and make a own path for themselves and just take from others. So yeah, you got to have people around that are watching your stuff, unfortunately.
Well, we are here working hard today, Sean, on Bet Sweats, and so we got to dive into some preseason football stuff other than some off-the-field drama here. Anthony Richardson, he's going to start for Indy. I was under the impression Daniel Jones was starting there. We'll double check on that. Michael Penix Jr. is not starting for Atlanta. Cousins could be in this weekend. No Jordan Love. Caleb Williams will be the starter for the Bears. No Mahomes. Dylan Gabriel starting for the Browns. We've got all sorts of movement within the preseason stuff. So, Sean, we do this little game here called Where's the Room, where you kind of like just check where all the money is, all the bets are coming. Yeah. So the most bet teams in terms of tickets for preseason number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs, which I guess should not be surprising at all. It's the Chiefs, right? Like everyone goes on and bets the Chiefs, but without Patrick Mahomes starting at all or playing, I don't know. Can you get behind the Chiefs against the Seahawks in Seattle, which is tonight, 9 p.m. Central?
Yeah, I'm on record and on a couple different occasions just talking about if in a perfect world, I would wait until like NFL week 4 to make a bet at all. But that's just not going to happen because I love football too much, and the expectations and the things that are going to be available to bet, the markets, the games, the high profile games, the games during the week. But you don't really know anything about these NFL teams until about week 4, week 5, and how they're actually going to compete. Who knew Minnesota would be as good as they were last year? Who knew Cincinnati would start off slow again? Who knew the Chiefs would play nail biters every week and win every single one, regardless of how they got there? Blocked field goals, be it, they got the W. So preseason is not going to be something I'm looking to fire unless it was one of those situations we talked about Cincinnati, where it was like Joe Burrow is going to play the first quarter, the first 2 series, and then we'll be able to move on from there. And he's going to be playing backups. I probably want to back Burrow in spots like that. But the Chiefs without Mahomes is not something I'm looking to put U.S. American dollars on.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that one as well. The Ravens, second most tickets on them. The Eagles, Broncos, Falcons. Those are some of the teams that a lot of bettors are targeting. This is interesting, Sean. Most bet totals in terms of tickets. Overs went 14-2 in preseason week 1, which is crazy. It's usually unders that hit more so in the preseason because teams are trying things out. Stuff is new. They're all trying to get on the same page. Defenses are usually a little bit further along in the preseason than offenses are. The most bet totals are on 5 teams, all on the over. Something tells me that the unders are hitting in week 2, that the overs are not going to continue to go 14-2. Yeah, I think we're talking some regression here.
Little zigzag. Yeah, totals are tough in preseason because there's just so many question marks on who's going to play, who's not, what the actual aggression is going to be on 4th down. Some coaches really believe in, just going for it regardless because it's a free pass. It's a preseason game, but other coaches, want to see the special teams unit get a little bit of run. It's very volatile. So, but if you go through your process and feel like you have an angle or a reason why a number or a game would go over or under, I mean, you're seeing a lot of games in the 30s, mid to upper 30s. So they're not very high, a lot of them. So I think I hate to keep going back to this first preseason game of Bengals versus the Bengals versus the Eagles, but Tanner McKee is known across the league as like a solidified backup. He might be like a top 35 quarterback in the NFL. Burrow is starting that game with Jamar Chase and all the ones on offense. They're probably going to score some points. I want to say that total closed around 37.5 in that game. They scored 21 points in the first quarter. So if you feel like you have a spot and you feel like you have a good beat on who's going to play, how much action they're going to get, you could potentially pick off some good totals, especially in the first half. This is where you really lean on your local beat writers. Follow those guys on Twitter. If you were looking at a game, go look at a local beat writer's Twitter thread, his articles, his writings for both sides. Those are the guys that are at practice every day. Those are the guys that are gearing up and getting ready for the season. They have the most information. So try to pull out as many nuggets as you can from those guys. And can we go back to Anthony Richardson really quick, Kate?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Anthony Richardson overall. It was widely known coming in to his NFL career from Florida that he was about as raw of a quarterback project as you can get. He was completing like just over 50% of his passes in college in the SEC. Raw talent, but a freak of nature athletically. It was widely known that we have to give this guy time. He's going to need time to develop. Why do we do this where we get him in the league and we immediately rush him anyway? We draft him under the pretext of we're going to give him time to develop. He needs to develop. And then we get to the league and it's like, all right, we've given this guy 6 weeks to develop, quote unquote, and we need him to play right now. Just take it easy in Indianapolis. He wasn't a Heisman Trophy winner like a guy like Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels that we're talking about. Jaden Daniels went from ASU to LSU and wasn't Jaden Daniels until like his senior to late junior year at his second stop in college in a big program. So it takes time. Anthony Richardson, I believe, is getting a bit of a raw deal from the media. We'll see how the Colts handle it, but you draft a guy raw, you know he's going to be raw. He is raw, and you're mad that he's raw. So give him a little bit of time.
I agree. I mean, I don't think you burn that kind of draft capital to have him play how many games for you. Like, he hasn't played a full season because he's been hurt in and out of the lineup, and that's an issue right there. Like, the guy needs to learn how to stay healthy. He needs to learn clearly in that first preseason game. Check on your blind side, get the ball out a little faster, right?
Yeah.
But he's shown some flashes where I think the Colts have to continue to see what they have in them. And he said that he flat out didn't work hard enough last season, asked to be benched. Like, you can't do those things. But what I like about Anthony Richardson is, like, he's taken accountability for it. He said, like, okay, yeah, I did a lot of things wrong. I'm learning, I'm growing. He's not blaming it on other people. So I don't think for the Colts, like, you're not winning a title this year. You're not winning the division this year. Why play it like totally safe? Go out there, see what you have from him, try and develop a franchise quarterback. Otherwise, it feels like you maybe gave him like a 60, 70, 80% chance, and you didn't really find out what you totally had. Now, on the other side, Sean, PJ Glasser was hosting with me earlier in the week, and he said he thinks that they should start Daniel Jones because it would be really hard to go start Anthony Richardson, bench him, and then go back to Richardson. So, like, is there kind of an argument of, like, you don't want to start him, and maybe he can develop in practice off of the, game scenario where you could go to him late and he could be the full-time starter? Because going back and forth between Daniel Jones and Richardson this season, that's not going to be a recipe for success for either of those quarterbacks or the franchise.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you think he's good enough to play and he's ready, then he plays. I think what we saw with Bryce Young was kind of that situation where he started, he was bad, he got a break and took a week. I want to say 4 weeks off. Andy Dalton came in, filled in, he came back, and he looked a lot better. So there is a little bit of proof. I know it's not the standard way to go about it by starting him, benching him, and starting him again. You'd rather just give him some time and then he's ready to go and plays out the year. But for Anthony Richardson to get to the point where he asked to be benched, he had to be in a bad place mentally, and just his confidence was in the toilet. So if he gets there again, say you start him and he gets there again, I do think you can bench him and give him a little time, a la Bryce Young. And that's why you went and got Daniel Jones, to be competitive either way. But you rather not go that way. But you got to be very delicate with how you handle these situations, and it has been up and down with Anthony Richardson so far.
If Richardson doesn't pan out this season, Colts are drafting a quarterback next year, right? Because you'd imagine if Richardson's not working out, they could be in the running for the number one pick, if not probably top 5. You go with another quarterback. Do you move on after this year?
We're already talking about next year. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
I'm putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, no. I get what you're saying, because there is a little bit of pressure where you don't want another young guy in your locker room. That was you 3 years ago. Like,
right.
You just naturally are going to be under a lot more pressure. And the one thing that does give you a shield of protection with Richardson is the guys that drafted you are still around. Once those guys disappear, you kind of lose all your leeway in being good, because the new regime comes in and says, hey, that's not my guy. That's not the guy that I want to be my quarterback. He's not good enough. I think Sean Payton, if you go back to Denver, he came in and said whatever he needed to say about Russell Wilson to get the job. And then once he got the job, he was like, get this guy out of here. He's terrible. So you lose that cover when you lose the guys that drafted you and believe in you. And he still has those in place. So hopefully he gets it on track and has a good year. But for example, he may still be around, but if they get rid of upper management and potentially move on from the coach, that's when Anthony Richardson is very vulnerable.
Kirk Cousins, brought in by the management in Atlanta last year, and that same management already turned the reins over to Michael Penix Jr. It'll be interesting if Kirk Cousins does start in this second preseason game. It looks like, off-season, Sean, we all thought Kirk was going to be going somewhere else, potentially a starter somewhere else, if not just on another roster. I think he's staying in Atlanta for this season. Penix will be the longtime starter, but at least Atlanta has a decent backup if anything happens to Penix.
Yeah, this might be a situation where someone gets hurt or injured in the middle of the season. They trade for Kirk Cousins to, if it's some type of middling squad that could be a contender. Maybe like, I don't want to wish this on anyone, but maybe if Baker Mayfield got hurt, that seems like a spot that potentially Kirk could go or give them a real chance, because the division's weak. They'll still make the playoffs. They can still make the playoffs with a middle of the road quarterback. They don't need to lead the league in pass touchdowns like Baker did last year. So yeah, it's interesting. Kirk, interesting career. He'll still be around for a long time. Let's see how good Michael Penix is as well.
I think Penix is going to be pretty decent this year. I'm high on that guy. High on some picks for this weekend. We'll tell you where we're betting next with Lightning Bets here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sean Little taking you into the weekend with some of our top plays. Those coming your way in just moments. Sean, before we get to some of our best bets for the day, I know you love the NBA. I know you bet the NBA a ton. I do as well. Schedule release came out this week and primetime games. The Chicago Bulls, Sean, have 3 nationally televised games this season.
Good.
3.
Should be 0.
Is an absolute joke. I mean,
It
you're
should be
right.
0.
It should be 0. But to be a in the market of Chicago and your team is so bad that they're only putting you on national TV 3 times.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassing
say.
squad. Yeah, it's an embarrassing squad at the moment. I think now what's interesting too is like, what's a national TV game now?
Right.
Because there's like Saturday night now. There's gonna be NBC. There's gonna be is Amazon Prime Time. There's a couple different elements. But traditionally, it's been like that TNT, the late night slot, that double headers on major networks. Yeah, why would the Bulls have more than 3? They shouldn't have more than 3. No one wants to watch the Chicago Bulls on a nationally televised basketball game. There's no reason to. There's no young prospects to lock in on. I like Buzelis a lot, but he's not a guy that's going to draw a ton of eyeballs to watch just him. The team has a lot of question marks, not a lot of success. They haven't. Maybe you get a couple more if the Giddey situation was solidified prior to the schedule being done. That's still up in the air, along with a lot of the other restricted free agents. A restricted free agent is becoming a very, very bad position to be in. I don't see why you would, as an NBA guy, you would sign or get yourself in a spot where you be in a restricted deal. It's a very tough spot to be in. Kuminga, Giddey, Cam Thomas, all restricted guys, all have no team and no real deal yet. So, yeah, 3 nationally televised games for the Bulls is too high. Shocking, but the Bulls have been shockingly bad for almost a decade straight. So it is what it is.
The only teams with fewer than 3 nationally televised games, Sean, just to put into perspective, like the company that the Bulls are in right now.
Let me guess. Can I guess?
Yeah.
How many is it?
5.
5. Okay, so Kings, Hornets.
Nope.
Orlando's a lot better than people want to. The
Kings
Pelicans,
and Hornets are not among them.
The Kings or the Hornets are not Pelicans.
They are tied with
so
the Bulls. They each have the Kings have 9 this year.
What?
Yeah.
No, that shouldn't.
The Hornets have 3. So you got the Pelicans. That's 1.
Okay, Pelicans. So the Hornets have 3.
Yep.
Man, if the Kings aren't on there, just go ahead and read me the list. I'm intrigued now.
Washington
The Wizards, obviously.
Yep.
Yep.
The Utah Jazz.
The Jazz, yeah.
Toronto Raptors.
The Raps,
Which is
yeah.
that's a little surprising that the Raptors wouldn't have a couple more. 2. The Brooklyn Nets. MPJ, he's making headlines, national news right now.
Left and right.
Yeah. And then the Pelicans. So those 5. If that's
I guess that
company
makes
you're
sense.
in, that's not all that great. We're on the flip side, Sean. Guess who has the most nationally televised games? There's 2 teams. 4 teams rather that are tied with 34 nationally televised games.
Okay. Lakers.
Yep.
Spurs.
Nope.
No.
No, Spurs are middle of the pack.
The Cavs.
Nope.
What?
Sean, you are striking out.
I am striking out here. Okay,
Hey, a team
Lakers,
you cover. A team you cover.
The Thunder, the Knicks.
Lakers, Thunder, Knicks.
Lakers, Thunder, Knicks.
Out west.
And it's
3-point
Dallas?
specialist. Warriors.
Golden State.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Those
How
4.
are the Spurs not They just maxed out De'Aaron Fox. They have the Rookie of the Year. Wemby's back and healthy. How are they not at the
22.
top two? That's crazy.
They are 11th behind the Mavs, Cavs, Celtics, Nuggets, Rockets, and my Minnesota Timberwolves.
They should just give the Lakers 82 national.
Right?
Call it
put it
put it on the LeBron network.
Yeah. That'll probably be coming as soon as he retires, the LeBron James network. Yeah. All right, Sean, let's turn our attention to some best bets for tonight. Anything that has made your card across any sports.
Yeah, ATP, Ben Shelton, plus 120 on the money line versus Sasha Alexander Zverev. Ben Shelton has been absolutely electric on hard the last couple tournaments. He won Toronto. He's now cruising in Cincinnati. Obviously, Alexander Zverev is one of the best in the world. Super tough. He's the favorite here at minus 165. But plus 120 on Ben Shelton, I think, is a little too good to pass up. I think he's very live in this spot. If the last three majors, Ben Shelton's only lost to Carlos Alcaraz, Jannik Sinner, and Novak Djokovic. He's beaten every single other player in these big spots. I know it's not a major, but ATP Cincinnati is a 1,000, and it's one of the bigger tournaments. It's like the fifth major almost after Indian Wells, you could say. So Ben Shelton here at plus money, I think is a really good spot. You could take plus games at 2.5 if you want to go that route over games. I think it's a grueling 3-set match that Ben Shelton pulls out.
I like it. I'm learning more about tennis hosting with you, Sean, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm going to go over to the Diamond. I'm going to take the Rangers with DeGrom pitching today. It's a pick 'em, minus 110 on both sides against the Blue Jays. I'll back DeGrom at a fairly decent price there. I have a lean. The Chicago Sky are just so terrible right now. And they're laying 7.5 against the Valkyries. Wait and see if Ariel Atkins plays in this one for Chicago. She's listed right now as a game time decision. If she does, I would look to back Chicago as the dogs. If she doesn't, I think the Valkyries just absolutely run away with this one. I also like Paige Becker's under her points prop. That's just crept up a little too high for me. I gave that one out yesterday, I believe, thinking that game was last night, but the W was off last night. So we're going back to it tonight. I'm going to go under 19.5 for Paige Becker's against the Sparks. And that's my only other W bet for today. Jake Hassan, why don't you come in and give us your card for this afternoon?
I would love to. The Blue Jays are taking money, so I mean, you could get the Rangers at minus 110 now with DeGrom. This is basically a pick 'em. So what I'm gonna do is just wait until the last second. Now I'll wait until what time is this game at? Filibustering 6:08 p.m. Central Time. I'll wait until 6:07. And I'll bet the Rangers. If the Blue Jays are going to take money like this, and you maybe get the Rangers at a plus price, if this game flips, I'll be all over Texas in that instance. I kind of want to fade the Phillies, too, and I kind of want to take the Nationals with Mackenzie Gore on the mound. I know it's Zach Wheeler, but he hasn't pitched awesome. He's dealing with this shoulder thing. Even though the Phillies got Yohan Duran from Minnesota, that bullpen still has some concerns for me. And the Nationals just beat them last night, #trends. So I kind of want to take the Nationals at a big plus price at home. That's something that I might want to do. It might, you know what? I'll do it this way. I'll just go the Nats on the first 5. I don't want to deal with either bullpen. I'll just go straight up Wheeler versus Gore, and I'll take the Nats in the first 5 and hope that they can scratch 1 or 2 across in the early window. And I kind of just want to keep fading the Cubs. I kind of just want to keep doing this. The Pirates are terrible, but at plus 175 at home. Like, here's my thing, too. At home, Friday afternoon game, if the Pirates take the lead early, that crowd is going to flip immediately on the Cubs. Like, the Boo Birds will be out right away. So, all right, I talked myself into it. I'm taking the Pirates. And this game starts in an hour and a half. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I'll take the Pirates just at a price play. I just can't get there with this Cubs team. We talked about it earlier. And I think that'll be it for me. Just a couple of dogs. I guess the Rangers are technically favored right now, but hoping I could get some plus money with that one at the end.
Can we get a little check-in on the mentals? Like, are you any better mentally coming off the kickball loss 3 hours later from when we first spoke about this?
I guess time heals all wounds, right? It's not great. The congratulations email to the league champions just got sent to the inbox, so that stung a little bit.
Wow.
Not great.
Salt in the wound.
Not awesome. Salt in the wound. It happens. Listen, pressure makes I'm on the low road. The silver bullets. I will see you in hell. Rest in piss. But I just it is what it is. The record in championship games and playoff games for Jake Hassan is a ugly mark on my career. We're gonna do some exit interviews, trim some fat, reshape the roster. Listen. There's one big fish in this pond. I would love to get Kevin Lapka back on the team, that coward who, if he could stop training for 3 seconds, I'd love that. We'll see what happens. It's it's going to be an off season of a lot of reflection.
I mean, hey, not everyone that doesn't win loses at the end of the season. There's only one winner. You can't win every year. You got to go back to the drawing board. Like, think about the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. He had a rough offseason.
I am the Kansas City Chiefs. That's basically what we're at here.
Did either of you watch Kingdom or The Kingdom on
No,
ESPN
you couldn't
Plus?
pay me money to watch that. I don't care.
No?
I've been watching Hard Knocks.
Give me
Catching
a
up
grade
on
on
Hard
Hard
Knocks
Knocks
before.
right now. Hard Knocks just
Before.
returned to Hallis Hall this afternoon with the Bills and Bears joint practice. They're out there filming.
I'm into it. It's a lot better when the team that's a part of it has they go to the college and they go to the dorm rooms and they get that vibe. It feels a lot better than going to Matt Eberflus's house and having a fake party so we could get content. And it's just like that nonsense wasn't for me. It's been pretty good so far. I mean, they are just kind of a boring football only franchise. Like Josh Allen's kind of a corny guy, quirky guy. They're all football all the time. In episode 2, there's this guy Buffalo Joe, who I've never heard of, who's a kid from Buffalo
Joe.
Who plays linebacker. They do a little feature on him, which was awesome. So
Yeah, Buffalo Joe, he's a great character there. That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Thank you to our guests, Colby Marcio and Parker Fleming. For Sean Little, Jake Hassan, Brian Gertz, I'm Kate Constable. We'll see you back here same time next week.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.